How's it going, everybody? Hey, Will, how are you, sir? Inkbot, Tyranny, Daryl. It's good to see you guys. It's funny, just hit stream and all of a sudden the people show up. It's awesome. It's a great feeling. So, how you guys doing today? We're working on a whole bunch of stuff today. We got the Friday off of work, so you know what that means. It's time to work on art. So, what we're gonna be working on? Let me just run it down, you guys. If you're sticking around, you guys will get to see it all. I'm sure there'll be people coming in and out, all that stuff. Also, let me know how the mic sounds up here, if it's better. I was re-listening, and the audio did get better, but then just my decrepit fat body, you could just hear like, you know that sound that people get when they're just focusing on doing their thing. So let me know, just let me know if you guys hear that, and I'll see if I can adjust the mic so you guys don't have to hear my mouth breathing too much. So what are we going to be working on today? We're going to do, I've got two Patreon commissions to finish. This one right here, which is the Iron Fist. I posted this yesterday, so you guys can kind of hear that. So we'll get the Iron Fist going. I'm most likely thinking I'm just going to take them to finish, get them done today. I was going to just get up to line art today and then do the inks tomorrow. So we'll see how that's going. But there's this one, and then there's another one. I'm not familiar with the character, but it's a character from League of Legends. It's like a shadowy kind of big bulky figure. So I'm going to love that. And then also, I just got 1,000 subscribers on, or followers, I suppose, not subscribers, followers on Instagram. So I'm going to make just a quick, you know how a lot of people do like the like a milestone picture. So most likely it will just like follow the Hulk kind of thing. Maybe put like the 1,000 and then like Jesop holding it up or something like that. So we'll do something fun there. And then we're just going to get into wrapping up Jesop King. So we were finishing the inks on the last, I think, page 20, and then we get into the colors. And if not today, tomorrow the colors will all be wrapped up, and then we'll be good to go. Okay, cool. Awesome, Will. And how's it going, Chaz? How's it going? So I just wanted to also show you guys, and it's funny, Will brings that up. So if you guys go to my YouTube page, I don't have it here. Apparently I'm not subscribed because I don't need to subscribe to myself. But if you notice, some of you guys might not know this, and I just wanted to bring this up because we've been doing two kinds of streams. One like right now where I just click stream and go. The other one's like an event sort of thing, and I've been trying both out, and both are awesome. Both are really great. They're getting positive feedback, which is really good. But this works for any channel you're trying to follow, just in case you guys are interested. So if you go to my YouTube page, you'll look for like this little thing here. It's just a notification button, but it'll actually be like somewhere right next to the subscribe button. So if you click that, you'll automatically get like the email updates, or if you got it synced to your phone, all kinds of things if you're interested. And I know some people are talking about notifications and all that sort of thing. So if you do subscribe, sometimes they do show up. But if you want to make sure that it does, it's just the algorithm that's been around for a while with that stuff. Okay, so just wanted to bring that up, just so you guys know. Euro, hey, how's it going, man? So one last thing before we do start drawing. I saw a few other YouTubers doing this, and I'm going to try doing it. I don't know if we're going to do it with the Iron Fist or something. I'll figure out a way to do it. But what it is if you use OBS to stream like I'm using, and I think XSplit does it and all that sort of stuff, it saves a version of it locally on your hard drive as well. What I used to do in the past to do sped up videos is I would use software called Camtasia, which is great. I highly recommend that software. But I would record that, and then within that you can speed it up and narrate over top of it. And that's where you've seen all the sped up videos. It's great, it works. The only problem is my computer can't handle streaming while I was doing that. So I'd have to go back and forth, like, which one did I want to do? Did I want to stream, or did I want to record a sped up video? And anybody that's watching this or otherwise, if you're in a production mindset of just making content, that's a no-no. It can be a no-no. It's sort of like you want to make something and have it spread over as many avenues as you possibly can. That's the best way to maximize your reach and potential with what you're doing. It works with like with the bulk workflow that we normally do, that kind of ideology, right? So what I saw a lot of people doing, particularly Sketchcraft and Keenan Lafferty, the KNKL show, and there's a couple other ones I saw that I don't remember their names, unfortunately. But what it is since it saves it locally, and I don't know why I didn't think about this, we just restream and talk over the sped up video. You just play it on like Windows Media Maker or VLC player, and you just speed it up. I don't think it goes as fast as some of those other ones, but you can skip through a video. I think that might be a little bit more entertaining than just maybe the straight narration and whatever. So we're going to try that. So expect some of those videos coming out because, like I just said, what's cool is that multiple videos can get done through one thing, right? And that's great because I know there's not a lot of people that are going to watch these 5-hour, 2 to 10-hour streams that we're doing, you know? So anyway, enough jibber jabber. Hope you guys are all doing well. All right, so we've got Iron Fist here. The only thing I have to do with him still that I didn't do, let me just make a new layer. What do we got? Oh, yeah. Gotta love that when you start streaming and your pressure sensitivity doesn't work. So a little pro tip for you guys. If your pressure sensitivity stops working, at least on Windows, let's see if this works. So if you search for services, I have this on memory now because my old Wacom used to do this all the time. So if you type up services, you'll get all your stuff that's running. And just click somewhere in here and just press W for Wacom right here. And then just click the restart service. It'll do its thing. Hopefully it works. Sometimes it doesn't, sometimes it does. Sometimes you just got to reset the software. Yeah, so it doesn't. Just give me a second here. We'll close this up. Let me lower this. All right. We need a new wallpaper. There's no snow anymore. This is Christmas, man. Hey, Noel. Hey, how's it going, man? Yeah, no, yeah, Will, absolutely, man. It's smart, right? And I think you and I are the same. Where it's we were using Camtasia, and because of the way Camtasia doesn't necessarily work with that stuff, it's sort of like I don't know if you felt that way, but it's one or the other, and that's no good. I can't. We can't make multiple videos of content that way. Where the hell did the file go? Oh, it's right here. All right, let's see if we get our pressure sensitivity back, please. There we go. Okay, cool. So you guys go. Okay. Anyway, what I was saying is I have to put the costume on this guy. There's no costume. So let's go, we'll just make this blue, I guess. Why not? And then we'll get into the other guys there. I am good, man. Euro saying, oh yeah, those long streams are intimidating. I know. It's kind of like you go in there for, you know. Tyranny, come on. You got to keep it PG-13 here. All right. I don't know what Iron Fist costume looks like because I am a plebe. He's got a simple costume. Okay, cool. So he's got some. All right, let's try to figure out some fun stuff here. Let me just zoom out here so we can see a little bit better. All right, so we got this. The face. I'm gonna worry about constructing that more so when we get into the actual line art, but I'm just gonna put in some extra details in here. Besides the little like smiley face version that we have. And I'm really trying to push a lot of the stuff in this one. That's why it almost reminds me of, I don't know if it's One Punch Man or whatever, but I feel like I've seen something like this. And I always do, a lot of my poses, I've got like a hand up. A Galactus is the same thing. The only difference is the perspective's from below. This one's above. Just trying to give all the power to the fist. Since these commissions are just bust shots, I also brought in the, what's it called here? The frame, so that they pop over it. You know, hopefully that gives it a little extra, and we'll erase it, but hopefully it just gives it a little extra power to it, you know. So it's actually, you know what? Let's do this right here. Let's get our silhouette stuff going. You don't have to do this, but sometimes it's fun. So we can get like some little cloth there, and he's got like that really cool over the top. I don't even know what the hell this is. Like a cowl or something? I'm just using the eraser right now to carve out. This way it gives us our lines. It's just a different way of using your silhouette there. Alright, so this dragon thing, you know, I'm not even going to worry about it because I know it has to be on him. So I'm going to do that once we get into the final line art. There's no point worrying about that right now. Now, as for the fist, I know there's a lot of Kirby dots that people use. I don't know if we'll do that. I'm hoping that the way that it's drawn already will have enough power. Well, let's just make another layer. use this? Question mark. Yeah, let's just go with like a different color. Let's go like purple or something. Might help with composition, but it feels like it's getting a little too busy right now. So we'll see. But I mean, this is more than enough to, you know, we're fine to move on from here. Cool. All right, so let's save this guy up here. We got our rough done. Save. And then let me just pull up the reference for this other guy. I don't know if any of you guys play League of Legends. Legends of Leagues. What is this cat's name? Oh, sorry, it's not League of Legends. It's Dota 2. I got them mixed up. His favorite hero is Shadow Fiend. This guy looks sick. Alright, cool. Let me just get my reference off screen here. Zoom in on that. Yeah. And he's just like he basically looks like this, so you guys can see. This kind of stuff's right up my alley. This is the I don't want to call it easy stuff, but I feel at home drawing this sort of stuff here. Collar, that's what it's called. So stupid. Yeah, you know what? Like, it's funny because I like the heroes for hire, right? So you get Luke Cage and Iron Fist. I like the Luke Cage with the it's the same sort of shirt, you know. Just I don't know. It's retro superhero stuff that just I like it. It's pretty cool. Everything now is like super streamlined and slick. Something I like. It's sort of like flamboyant, you know, the way how it's different. Okay, who is this for? Nate. Is this Nate's first? No. Okay, Nate, we did the Turian last time. Sweet. Alright, so, what was this cat's name again? Shadow Fiend. Oh, I also didn't. I felt like I had like this whole. I need to make a list of updates for you guys in the beginning here, because I know people come in and out, and then most people just watch the start of a video, skip through. But I also ordered some. They're like flat mailers. They're called. So ideally, it's going to be cheaper to ship that stuff than the tubes and stuff that I was sending before. I still have to get it price checked and stuff, but I'll let you guys know in March sometime, probably mid-March, end of March. I'll be putting up a lot of the prints, like the Ninja Turtle stuff that we did last year, so you guys will be able to actually finally get that stuff. And I was talking to Rob briefly too, and like what he does, and I think it might be a good idea since the shipping cost is a little high. Unfortunately, it's just what Canada is. Somebody's got to bite the bullet in some regard, right? So if the shipping, let's say the shipping's $20 just for a print, that's high. And let's say the print's $10. Just play with me here for a sec. So $30 is a little high for people to do it, right? So if I said, let's say even 35 or 40, just right, where you'd get the print plus a custom sketch, like a small little sketch. I don't know what size just yet. It might entice people to go, you know, it's not that bad, that kind of crap. So I'm still looking into like what the proper way to do it would be. But needless to say, I'm trying to actively have something going so that we can still do fan art, you know, every now and then, just to do some prints and some fun stuff like that. Because a few of you have messaged me asking about that, so I forgot, and I apologize. So you guys can look forward to that too if you guys are into that too. Monochrome, how's it going, my man? Okay, cool. All right, so we got this. We already saved it, so let's delete all this. Delete. Let me shut my phone off. All the beeps and all that stuff. There we go. Cool. All right, so we can delete all of this. We don't need that. Now for the frame, I'm going to try just sticking with this sort of stuff for now, just to see if you know, it just adds a little extra pop to the characters, just to see them like breaking over the panels and stuff. So this dude, I don't know anything about this guy. Just right away, I default to what I feel safe doing, which is bad. But it's that the Galactus kind of shot that we talked about, right? Where you're looking up at this thing, because he's all like upper body, and he's kind of hunched forwards. Let's just, I don't know, we'll play around here, see what we get. He's got these big shoulders. Like all this energy kind of stuff coming down here. See, and this can start to happen here. I'm going to reduce the size because I'm competing with the document. You know, actually, what might work better for this dude is if we rotate it. Let's try that. Rotate canvas. Where you at? 90 degrees. This might work better. Because he's got such large limbs, eh? Let's just start over. This guy makes me think of like trying to draw Venom or something. What this background arm's gonna do. Dude, people are charging $70 for a small print, and that's without the shipping? Really? Huh. See, that just shows my inexperience with this stuff. I feel, it's a missed opportunity that I'm not doing, and I would like to get in there. And I would lie if I said, fan art doesn't help generate traffic to your stuff. I just don't want to always be doing fan art. That's just not something I'm interested in, right? Like everybody does their thing, and that's great. Everybody should be able to do their stuff, but at the same time, I just want to make sure that let me just keep rotating this here. There we go. That Jesop King's the focus for my stuff anyway. But prints are just fun. Like who doesn't want to just draw like a Mega Man picture, or a Power Rangers thing from time to time, or a Turtles thing? How many fingers does this cat got? 3 claws. All right. Let's try to rotate this up a bit. It looks like a mannequin. You know what? Okay, let's try this. Let's just get his body in there, and then we'll do some foreshortening. Now he's got some crazy... This guy kind of hunches forward, so let's see if we can tilt him but still get some power in there. Power is going to have to come from the arms in this one, that's for sure. Just do like a fist here. Alright, so he's got these claws. Let's try it. the opacity here. I'll just get another brush here. And, whoops. Let's grab our pencil. Yeah, drawing turtles is fun. Hey, Pop Poop. How's it going, man? I've been having problems drawing backgrounds. Any tips? Is it perspective you have an issue with, or is it you don't know what to draw? What's specifically the problem? Hero, it's my dream to be able to draw Pokemon battles, abilities, moves. Not even kidding. That's also fan. Yeah, absolutely. Thanks, Hero. Yeah, man. I mean, if your dream is to be able to draw that stuff, I'm not criticizing. You're obviously doing stuff now for that, or is that just like the end goal? You want to be kind of like a special effects artist. That's actually a job that I don't hear too many people talk about. You know, there's like an art to it. If you guys check out Pinterest, is an amazing site. I feel like I've missed the Pinterest boat, just like I missed Instagram. Like I came into it too late, kind of thing. I'm making up for last time now, but Pinterest has been amazing. There's so many awesome things on there, tutorials, just artists in general. Anyway, I forget how I got into it, but it was looking up special effects. I think it was for work. I wanted to do special effects for like gems breaking and crap like that. But there's some really slick stuff where you look at people and you're like, it's beautiful to see how somebody can break apart like water, you know, like a splash of water with like a laser blasting through it or something. That's really cool. What's he got for his? Okay, and his arms they're not like muscle, but it's just like organic. Almost looks like this guy's made out of like molten rock. So to do what we're gonna do, I'm gonna try to at least have some sort of humanoid figure in there, but we'll try to make some stuff, some like straight lines, kind of get into like the cartooning kind of stuff, possibly. Just want to make sure our forms are all correct. Hey Rick, how's it going, man? Did I ever send Bobby that Turtles pin up? No, actually I didn't. I've just been so like tunnel vision on getting Jesop King rolling, you know, that I haven't done too much. Also in comics, sorry, I didn't see your. Let me just scroll up here. Both. Okay. Also in comics, how would you know when you need to add background? I think perspective is less of a problem, and the objects and buildings landscape more. Um. Okay. Well, what's an easy way to answer this? You guys can feel free to help Pop Poop as well. But I would say perspective is just like form. You need to understand it to break it and know what you can put in there. Okay. If you're not confused, but if you're not sure what to put into a scene, I would think your reference is like out of whack. Meaning you don't know. Like for me, I don't live in New York or where there's really big tall buildings like Toronto or something. So when I draw big city scenes, I just think it's just buildings thrown in there. But you look at people that do live in New York and stuff, and what they're drawing, in my opinion, is like far above. You know, and there's a reason why I use like 3D models for the backgrounds. And this is getting into the excuse kind of territory, but I'm not as comfortable with my surroundings with what's there. So what you have to do to get around that is you have to start looking up reference and studying. There's no real other answer than that. As for like the composition thing, that's I would recommend Framed Ink. It's a great book. You might have to reread it a couple times. For me personally, it took a few reads through to kind of understand it. And it wasn't until I started introducing back into my workflow, like the silhouette sort of stuff, that a lot of it really started clicking in. Because there's a couple things, right? Like sometimes like backgrounds, the whole point of anything, right, is to tell a story. Especially if you're doing comics. Illustration, the same. There needs to be a story at least somewhere in there. But for comics, it's very important, not only because you're showing different locations and stuff like that, but you're showing story for the character, right? So if you go into like Spider-Man's bedroom, right? He's a teenager. Let's go with the teenager version. He's probably going to have some stuff. A great example, okay, is the Civil War movie where they go into Spider-Man's, Tony Stark's and Spider-Man's room. You can see like I think it's TIE fighters, and I think they even have the AT-AT Walker, which they reference later on in the movie. But like you see that stuff so that it makes sense for the character, right? So you're putting things in there that the character would enjoy. Like look at this shit show. It's just oh man, just ripped my ear. It's super like dirty in here, but like I've got like a Megazord toy right there, right? We've got the Thanos glove, Ninja Turtles, some Batman. Like this is all stuff that I collect for me, right? But that tells my story. So when you're putting in things, it doesn't just stop there, right? So if you're doing New York and you're putting maybe like, I'm not gonna say bums on the street, but smoke coming from the gutters and stuff like that, just things that make that place special and unique. You have to think about that, and that's I think this is one of the things that a lot of people don't give comic book artists credit for, which is in part a lot of what we do. I'm saying we like I'm an actual comic book artist, but comic book professionals is that they're also concept artists in their own right. You have to come up with designs for things all the time. Why? Reasons for this, reasons for that. And unless you're actively trying to do that, it's hard to stay on top of that. Other than that, the other thing that's majorly important is composition. So if you're putting stuff in, that's great, but it all has to flow. There has to be a flow to it. That way people don't get lost in what the hell they're looking at. Like everything's just not busy all the time. Unless, again, that's what you're trying to do. If you're trying to show like a mad scientist or something in their entire studio or wherever they are, it's just in complete disarray, right? Like that also says a lot for story as well. So I know those aren't actual practical things. Shameless plug, I just did a video this month on Patreon. So for $3, you guys can get it if you're interested. Check it out. It's pretty much talking about what you just said, how I break down perspective and some tricks you can do to get your perspective a little bit better. And if you want the free stuff, I've got some videos on the channel about perspective as well. So feel free to dig through that. Right, yeah, okay. So, and the other thing too, you're talking about like how do I leave like background stuff. So let me just pull up some Jesop King stuff. Let me just see. So here's a good example, page 2. Spoilers, spoilers. Okay, so this first panel, I put a background in there because I wanted to still establish. You need an establishing shot on the page unless you change, right? So they're still in the same scene as before, and I need to make sure that people remember that. So there's colors and objects in here that are the same, right? So in the second panel, you can see I have the background because he's doing something that involves something in the background, which is the ship. Now the ship might not be considered a background element, but if you look, even in this panel here, it's just the color of the ship, but I didn't draw anything that would be from the ship. It's just so that you know when you're flipping between the characters that it's different. So you can see with Momo, it's just a blue sky, and it's still a blue sky. There's no background. I didn't put any clouds, nothing. You could put gestured buildings if this was a city scene or something like that, but it's just, so use it when you think or when you know you want people to know where they are. You'll see stuff too, right? Like big fight scenes that people draw, and it's a city background, but the fight scenes, it's nothing. It's just explosive colors and stuff, And that's just to help show the impact and the power of the scene and the fighting that's going on. The background's irrelevant. It's the action in that panel that's most important. So, in my opinion, really, what it all comes down to, I guess, now that I've been rambling on with it for a little bit, is whatever helps tell that panel's story the most, do that. So if it needs the background to help sell whatever the why is for the story that you're doing, then put it in. If it doesn't, then don't worry about it. That's my opinion on that, man. All right, see ya, Euro. Thanks for coming in, man. Is Clip Studio Paint worth it? It's on sale right now. Do you have Photoshop? If you got Photoshop, I don't think you need Clip Studio. It's a great piece of software. A lot of people use it. I do think a lot of artists use it more over Photoshop because they left Photoshop not liking the brush strokes and the art they were getting from Photoshop. So if you think that's your issue, go ahead. What's the sale price right now? Is it like under $50? I think it's a snap buy myself, but I'm a little jaded. You know, I'm using it. I do use Photoshop at work to do that stuff, but I enjoy drawing in Manga Studio or Clip Studio more than Photoshop myself. Not saying that there's a lot of artists that I enjoy watching and they just draw strictly in Photoshop. So it's just a tool. Basically, I would ask you this: are you unsatisfied? If you have Photoshop, anyway. If you don't have Photoshop, then yes, 100% buy this because it's the closest thing you're going to get for cheap Photoshop. But if you have Photoshop and you don't like the way your artwork is coming out, or there's something there, then I would consider it. I mean, I would imagine it's going to be on sale for the entire weekend, so just go ahead and experiment with it, or look up some videos, check some stuff out. 25 bucks right now? Okay, I don't that in my opinion, I would say so. Again, even if you don't have Photoshop, buy it. For 25 bucks, that's a joke. If you do have Photoshop, what I was saying before, I would still stick with. EX version is 87. Okay. It's still, I don't know. I mean, I use it every day, so for me, it's worth it. If you're, I always say like the hobby artist, you know, if you're not using Photoshop every day or you don't draw every day, you know, I don't think it's not gonna fix what you're doing. But there's some neat stuff with it. Mostly, I always hear people like it because of the way that it affects it's easier to ink or it's easier to draw or something. Just because there's like certain settings you can turn on right to make lines smoother without having to get like third party stuff like Lazy Nizumi Pro or how that thing's called. I never got that to work for myself. I might have to look up some extra reference for this guy because there's some of his costumes. Let's turn up the silhouette, see what we're kind of doing here. A little silhouette here. Thank you, thank you. Alright. How does his mouth go? It's like a. I love these like big demon lord kind of things. It's cool. Put some more spikes on. Spikes, spikes, spikes. Alright, I think this is fine. Good enough. Okay, so let's save that up. Alright, so these are done. They can get ready to go into line art. What I'm thinking. How many tickles does it take to make an octopus laugh? I got a Ricky Gervais joke for you, okay? Why did the girl fall off the swing? Because she had no arms. So stupid. newbie storyboard for excellent tips on composition. Okay, let's take Dennis Hansen's little Google Fluby newbie storyboard. Okay. And just a little thing, if you guys wanted to post links in the chat, you can just change up how the .com is. So if it's like blah 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 .com, just blah blah blah, press spacebar dot space, maybe C space OSB. Basically, just breaking up the algorithm. Drawing composition, is this it? Oh, this looks like fun. Okay, here, I'm going to post it here. I hope this is the right one. I'm going to check that out later. There you go. Good old tentacles, so good. Hey, John, just want to say thanks. When I decided to do my own comic a few years ago, you're okay, great, man. Awesome. Glad to hear that. Thanks. Are you still working on it? Or did you get that inspiration to start and then did it just fizzle away? Inkbot, I'm going to pick up the EX version for the same reason, but it's going to go on off sale by the time I can. That's too bad. Honestly, like even when it's a not sale price, it's still cheap. It's you know what it is. This is the difference. I've said this before. Same with that I find anyway. The same with Wacom. Same with Photoshop. So Wacom and Photoshop primarily are for business. What's the word I want to look for? I can never remember this stuff. It's like business productivity. So if you're in like a huge studio, or if you're in a studio period, if it's a business where they can buy things, that's why they're priced like that. Photoshop just went back to like the subscription model, which makes it a lot more manageable for sure, as opposed to always having to drop the $1,000 for the upgrade and all that crap. But at the same time, it's still kind of pricey. Some people don't like subscriptions, right? Whereas Clip Studio is priced at a point for like the hobby artist to buy. That's why, in my opinion, Wacom's got like the lowest I'll go is $1,000 for like the small Cintiq, which is still, that's for you and I, people that are hobbies that aren't doing this as your full-time job. You know. Other than that, they have the Intuos, but then that's where like the what are they called? Bosco, I think. Not Bosco. I just call it Bosco from Seinfeld, the drink. Maybe it is Bosco. Bosto, something like that. Anyway, there's that. And then the Huion, those brands, they're priced for hobby artists like you and I. So those are there, right? So just know that when you're going in there, it's not that you're missing out massively on something, but the price is priced right for people that don't have a lot of money but still like to do art and stuff like that. And it can get, kind of like annoying because everybody wants the best. Everybody wants a nice Cintiq. Everybody wants Photoshop CS 5 million, all that good stuff. Anyway, okay, we're rambling here. So we got this. I'm going to save this. And then we're also going to do, since I'm in the rough stage already, we're going to do a new file. This will be for Instagram for getting 1,000 followers there. Let's do pixels here. What is Instagram? Is it 1028? That doesn't matter. We just need a box, right? So let's do, I don't know, 2,000. Put 2,000. Let's see what this looks like. Fine line art. Okay, yeah, would be cool. All right, so let's save this up here. So going strong. Awesome. Good, man. Hey, Pillowhead, how's it going? Or another brand. How would you use reference, say, New York with a comic page with a light box? That's something no one ever shows on YouTube. Hey, Kevin, how's it going, man? You know what? I've just given up on backgrounds. I just use SketchUp pretty much for everything nowadays. That's how I just do it. And then I'll go into Photoshop and put the face paths on those shapes, and then I draw over them and try to adjust it. Whatever. Just because I don't enjoy that part of drawing, and I've already, not that I'll say I've given up. I just don't want to do it, so I don't do it. That's all. That's not the right answer, I know, but everybody's you got to draw what's right for you, right? So other than that, I would say they're just Google search, whatever. When you guys are searching on Google, also go under like the tools and search for sizes. So if you go like 4 megapixel or something like that, you'll get like a whole new like load of images to check out for reference. As for light boxing, I don't know. Like if you're talking about printing it out and then light boxing over top of it, I've never done that myself. I'm not too sure. Yeah, exactly. Okay, and Pillowhead's got a great example. Like for me, I bought this Cintiq here used on eBay, and it's an old model. I think this was 500. So like that's the price of like a new Huion, like a nice HD thing, and you just know what you're doing. But if you want, yeah, like you can always buy used for sure. It's a good example. Thanks, man. Felix, a lot of professional comic artists just use a picture of New York and digitize it. There's that as well. Man, all this white light coming in. All right, let's go to art. Do I have an Instagram folder? Let's see. No. Okay, so let's make one. New folder. Instagram. 1K subs rough. Okay, so let's do some silhouettes. All right, so we're gonna have, like I said, I don't want to put too much time into this. It's just more of like a, like a thank you kind of thing. So let's have Jesop. We'll probably put Momo in there too. Why not? So let's put him. I always like the Hulk thing, where they're always like lifting something up. All right, just gotta be careful how big I'm making them here. Hey Jason, so how's I don't know if you're still here or not. How's Magic going, man? You still playing, or did you just do the draft the one night and that was it? Actually, you know what? I don't want to have them do it. Let's see if we can get a little better than this. Maybe we can just have them. What would they be doing? Like holding a card. Actually, you know what? Let's just have, yeah. Let's just keep it fun. Let's just have them. Yeah, we'll just put like a speech bubble. Keep it in vain with a comic. Saying thanks for like 1,000 subs or something. Actually, hold on. Let me back out again. Let's change this up. So I did make. I don't. It is up if you guys want to follow. There's a Jesop King Instagram account now, so you guys follow that for the pages when they get updated. I wanted to put Jesop in there and have that, but then I just thought, well, what am I going to do once that gets like 1,000 subs if it gets there, right? So let's draw me. Let's draw me saying 1,000. Thanks for 1,000. That'll be fun. Not really. Art PTQ this weekend. Been practicing the standard form for last week. Oh, sick. How's it? Is it still? How is it? I remember when we were talking there the other day. It sounded like it was just what, like the 3 decks. Like it's standard, right? That's usually all the. It's always like that. You confident? What would I be doing? Okay. They usually have good results with mid range, don't you? Don't you? I believe so. I mean, you used to always play that. Why isn't this working? Was it difference? Is that what it? No. Whatever. Oh, you're going because you have to. Well, good luck, man. You should add a wink and a pointed. Just totally cheesecake this thing out, right? Oh, I already hate my smug face. Look at this. Hey, that stupid smug face. Um, do we do something with the finger? I don't know. Hey, let's make it. No, alright. Apologize. It's about to get a little weird. Alright, do that. Maybe we can. I don't know. What are we doing over here? Cigarette? No. uh, the finger point? I don't know. Do we do the lame thumbs up? Everybody loves a cheesy thumb up. Ah, it's just getting stupid. Let's just keep it like this. Alright, so rough's done. We'll get the text in there later. Alright, save that up. Alright, so let's start with Iron Fist. Let's go back to that. Bus sketch. Who was that for again? Nate. Nope. Color grad. 0. That's who it was. That's who it was. Alright, so let's get some Iron Fist. And we will save this as lines. Alright, so we got our whole thumbnail layer here, so we're just going to minimize that. And we'll go to lines. I wonder if we can just, how that's going to look. Ooh. Try that out. Do the metal. Hey John, I entered a Twitch animation contest, and Saturday and Sunday is voting. I don't know if you have a Twitch account up, but would you vote for me when time comes? Yeah, I'll check it out. I will say this: people that say, "Hey guys," and this isn't you, you're just saying it, so I'm bringing this up. I'll see it all the time on Facebook where people say, "Hey, come vote for me for this thing." I actually hate that just because you're asking, in my opinion, you're asking for a popular vote. You're not asking for are you worth the vote. You know what I'm saying? And that's not just you, Pillow, because you're asking that. Again, I'm just saying it because it's there. So I've seen people say, "Hey, I'm nominated for a writing award. Please vote for me." I hate it. I absolutely hate it because I probably, unless I've read it and I liked it, then I would, and unless I want to read it, then I'm not going to, right? So like in this case for animation, I won't vote for you unless I watch it. If I like it, I'll vote. But then that means that there's probably other ones in there too that you want to watch and compare. It turns into a thing. But send me a message on Facebook or whatever. I'll see if I can take a look at that stuff. Draw the headset. Oh god. All right, maybe we'll put the headset in there too. We'll get it totally like it's the stream, right? Okay, let's get this over here. Where is da-da-da. We need. Where did I put it? Right there. We got a second window. No, cool. Copy image. Okay, do it. Let's draw this boya. Do we start with the fate now? We'll start with this big fist here. Get Jesop and Zelda in there too. Yeah, see you, Jason. No, don't feel narcissistic, man. Don't feel bad. I was just saying, like, obviously I came out heated, but it's just a point, not directed at you, just that in general. It falls along the lines of, like that ALS ice bucket challenge that was kind of going around. I don't know. Maybe it's just me. It has to be just me. Or there's a few of us like me. But it's like this: if there's raising awareness for something, and then there's just doing something to help something, I have a problem with, in my mind, where it's like if you wanted to help something out, you would have done that anyway. You don't have to record yourself making awareness for it, which is weird because it's like it's a double standard because there's a lot of merit to sharing it, especially online because it does actually raise awareness to it. I don't know. I don't know if I'm even making any sense with that. It's just those kinds of things they irk me a little bit. But I mean that's a lot of stuff works like that, so I know it's just like a it's a flaw in my brain with that stuff. That's all. Are you going to watch the Iron Fist here? I don't have Netflix. I haven't even watched the short answer is no. Just because I haven't made time to watch that stuff. I'm trying to make time. Today's Saturday and I've missed it. I might do it tonight when I'm done drawing and stuff, but I want to start watching more anime. Remember I was talking to you guys about that? So that's pretty much where my TV time's going. And I don't really make that much time to watch that much stuff. But I want to start watching more of that kind of stuff just because I want some of that action in my art. I want to get back into that stuff. It's really cool. And I miss not having it or drawing it as much as I used to. It's weird. It's like people that like Dragon Ball, okay? And I'm not criticizing people on this, but uh, if you enjoy Dragon Ball to the point where you think it's some of the most awesome stuff you've seen and you want to add it to your work, but then you feel, and I felt like this for a long time too, and you feel like you shouldn't or that you can't because maybe your current style or the people that are paying you currently to draw in a certain way, that's you feel like you'll lose work or something like that. And it's weird. It's like this back and forth inside of you, where it's, are you drawing just for the paycheck, or where's the artist inside of you, that the stuff that you really enjoy drawing? Are you not making time to draw that kind of stuff? Again, I'm not a religious guy, but if I were to call it like a soul, like what keeps what's the magic stuff that you're doing to like enrich your art soul, that kind of stuff. So that's why I want to get back into anime. Not that I never really watched anime, but I would lie if I said like Dragon Ball was huge. A lot of 80s cartoons, like the intros, like Thundercats and stuff, all those things were like outsourced to Japanese animation studios, I believe, anyway. And the style was just incredible, like the way that everything's moving around. Power Rangers, I've talked about that to death. All that snappy movement and like just in your face, that kind of, it's fresh. And I just want to get more back into that. I used to draw a lot of that stuff. Then I stopped once I met the Marvel artist guy. I'm not blaming him, but he had a valid point, which was, a lot of my people, they look like rubber people because I didn't have an understanding, or maybe not an understanding is the wrong word, but I didn't have a good enough understanding of how to bend form and shape. So a lot of my guys, they just look real stiff. They'd have the anime face and their hands in their pockets, or things are hiding, right? So I spent time trying to get better with that, looking at Loomis and Bridgman and all that kind of stuff. But then I was introduced to a whole new wave of artists like Frazetta and stuff, and those guys are amazing. And once it was sort of like, oh, you can draw like that, oh, cool, let's go check that out. And then I sort of left all the anime stuff and the manga. I love Capcom. I love all that stuff. I love that stuff. I just don't make time to incorporate in my art. So like in my opinion, this kind of thing here, this is more in line of where I would like to go, with a lot more in your face kind of stuff, right? There's a power there that I feel is missing in a lot of today's. No, it's not. It's not missing. It's just not in stuff that I'm currently looking at. That's why I want to look more into that stuff. Yeah. Hey, Lapsta, how's it going? Were you talking about trying to implement different styles into your current style? Yeah, we were talking about, and it's sort of like what I was just rambling about with trying to make, or not trying. I am going to make more time to start actively watching anime. Like the action stuff, I really enjoy that. Like I told you guys, I watched I think it was an episode of Kill la Kill. It took me a while to get into it. I'm just like, okay, this is kind of like, this is very snappy in your face stuff, but some of it was just sick. I just need more sick in my art, in my life. I need more awesome art in my life. I feel like, and this is just me, right? Like there's a lot of Western art, and it's just because I've been looking at it for so long, and I enjoy the hell out of it. But it's at that point. It's the reason why I started reading more manga, and I love. For me anyway, I enjoy reading more manga than I do American comics because it's fresh, it's different. Not that I never really fell in love with the American style of comic. It's cool. The superheroes are awesome. There's a lot of mythology and stuff that's in there, and it's just there's some really cool art. Absolutely, some really sick art. But I think it's just a culture shock. Just reading some manga and stuff, and you're like, wow, there's story in here. It's not just all plot, plot, plot. There's a lot of freshness in here, and that's just me, and there's nothing wrong or right about anything. We all have our own little different opinion on stuff, and it should be that way. And I'll always say that because that's what makes this stuff, click together. Some people hate anime and manga. Some people hate Western art. Some people hate Euro art. All that stuff, and that's all good. That's all good. Because if everybody liked everything, then it would all just homogenize and turn into like, ugh, everything looks the same. And that's no good. That's no good. Oh, I've only watched one episode of Kill la Kill. That was like summer last year, around there. So I'm going to rewatch it. That's definitely on my list to watch. Attack on Titan. I enjoyed, I think, the first 2 episodes I watched of that. Again, this was last year when I tried to do this stuff. It's just that intense, dramatic perspectives and stuff, right? I really enjoy that. So there's that. I'm considering Berserk. I'm not sure yet though, because I have the manga and I adore the manga. I think it's one of the best comic books that's ever been done, and I haven't seen a lot, but great. I love Berserk, so I'm not sure if I'm going to watch the anime on that. And then there's a couple. I only have 4 shows I'm going in rotation right now until I dislike it, and then I'll try to incorporate something else. And I'm going to take recommendations that you guys gave me when I asked a couple weeks ago. Black Science, no, I haven't read that. Titmouse is a team up Freakazoid. I've heard of Freakazoid too, man. Will, you should read The Vision that just ended, but a great Marvel book that was very different, more horror thriller. Okay, I'll try to take a look at that. Since I've seen the entire first season now, Mobile Suit Gundam, Iron Blooded Orphans, and I recommend. I want to watch a mech thing for sure. I want some giant robot stuff. I don't know if I'm going to. I've heard really good things of the Voltron that's on. What's it called? Sorry, Voltron, the new stuff that's on Netflix. I heard that was really good. I'm gonna give that a shot. Gundam, I've always heard that. Neon Genesis Evangelion, I got the manga. I really enjoy the manga. But big robots, I think, are, I don't want to say cooler, but just because of the action, it's different, that's all. So I just want to check that stuff out. Neil Adams, I think, once said he was scared to study his Kirby style because he thought it'd corrupt himself. You know what? It's not a lie. I don't think that's a lie. I will say again the stuff that I was learning from, and I'm glad. I wouldn't take anything back. I think it's not a good way to live and just regret, you know. But once I learned how to draw certain things that got me to where I'm at right now, that's all great. It's hard to get back to, I guess, the stuff that got you interested in drawing. I'll say me. I'm not going to say you guys because that's why it's a little bit more personal, and this will make more sense. But what got me into drawing wasn't comic books. As far back as I can remember, it was that I can actually actively remember. There was 2 things. One was Ninja Turtles, but it wasn't even the original comics. It was the cartoon mixed with, I think it was Ninja Turtles Adventures. And it was just the way the characters were drawn. It looked like the TV show, and it was almost in like a digest comic, but it was just the idea of the turtles. And I used to get my mom, she did it with my brother too, where we'd grab like 8.5 by 11 sheets of paper, and then you'd fold them in half just like a mini comic. And I mean, she'd get like a stack and just like load it with staples. And then what she would do is just fold it, and we would draw a line straight across like here. And I want to do this if I have kids, with my kids, if they're into this kind of stuff, because it was awesome where it's like, okay, what do you want to happen? And you know how kids just ramble. So she would write all the rambling. Okay, next page, next page. And then I would go back and I would just draw the pictures. And a lot of the times the turtles are just like colored dots. But I don't remember them as that. I remember them as like, cool, there's some stories. And the other one was Power Rangers. When the Green Ranger showed up and he had the shield, I remember I used to draw like a Green Ranger, and I'd put him on my window with another sheet on top of it, and I would trace the Green Ranger, and I would do this like 10 times or so, and then I would draw brand new shields. And it was that kind of stuff that got me really turned on into drawing. It was these just stuff that was exciting, you know, and Capcom art, a lot of video games. Honestly, like I still believe that like concept art is probably where my heart would have led me down, even though I'm kind of doing that right now, but it's just not the same style that I think I would draw. But that's all that. And then once I got, oh my God, where the comic books came in, my mom took us to a comic book store, and it was the 90s somewhere. It doesn't mean anything to me. They had bins of Jim Lee X-Men. I think it was number 1, you know, the fold-out one where you got Magneto in the front and then all the X-Men coming at him on like 4 panels or whatever. And they were like 25 cents, and I don't know why we bought like stacks of them. I don't know why, just because it was like 25 cents. And that stuff was cool. I looked at it, and I remember reading like that Magneto in the beginning where he's going after the astronauts or whatever in their little outfits, and it was just him, you know, in space with his helmet off, and everybody else just around him. It was really cool. Like, I dug that stuff, but I didn't really get into comics too much after that. I remember one of the first ones that I always got was Spawn, when Capullo was on there, and it wasn't even, like, I remember, I didn't really buy Marvel anything, or DC. That stuff was cool, but there's something about Spawn that was different. He had, like, it was more like a video game. He had, if you guys remember, it looked like this. In the corner, they would always have this thing. It was like the spawn counter, and it'd be like 909 or something like that. I never knew what it meant. I knew it had to do with like his energy level or something. I don't know. To this day, I've never actually looked into it. If you guys know, let me know. I I just remember that stuff, and it was very video game-esque. That's why when Battle Chasers came out, I was like, this is insane. This looks like Capcom Street Fighter art mixed with role-playing and superhero. This is over the top. This is great stuff. Marvel versus Capcom video games, those things are really what got me into this stuff. But then, as you get older, you want to do something with art, and eventually it was like comics sound cool. You know, there wasn't really a reason other than it's cool stuff. All right, I gotta fix these faces here. But anyway, so it was that, and then the Marvel guy came along, helped me out big time, got me grounded in fundamentals that I had skipped because it was all just pure style, right? Everything I was looking at was just like, how can I make this as style and cool as possible? I want people to look at it and go like, holy shit, that's cool, not, wow, that's really well drawn. And to this day, I don't want people to look at my stuff and say, wow, that's really well drawn. That's not, that doesn't get me. I don't care if people think it's well drawn. I want people to look at it and go like, wow, that's cool. And that's why I want to get more into like the style stuff. Like still this. I'm comfortable with this. I don't want to do a total style change with stuff. My workflow is like, it's moving. It's good. Can't complain. It's just I want to get that wow back in there. I feel like the wow's not there. It's not wowing me. I enjoy what I do. I don't want to make that sound like that I don't. The stuff I'm making, sometimes I look at it and it's like Jesop King is 50-50. I look at it and I'm like, yeah, I enjoy it. I really enjoy it. But the big fights and stuff like that will happen. I want to, I want to just be like, yeah, this is fun, So that's just why I want to pull in some more anime, because that's the stuff that I would say really got me into drawing, Um, mm-hmm. Yep, you got it, Felix. Alright, so we gotta put some eyes on this guy. You should make him smiling. This guy almost seems like a Human Torch to me, like he's a little cocky. I don't even know this guy. He just seems like it. So what do we do with the face here? So it's like a weird... have you ever thought about multiple styles on your belt, like 2 or 3 signature styles? Yes and no. When I was doing more freelance stuff, I found like I'd call it my comic book style, which was like the heavy shadow rendering. That got me a lot of work. The stuff I do now is probably 3 years in development of just like stop worrying about shadows and stuff. Let the colorist do that. And Jesop King is a model of that. As for like something else, like when I go to work, I do a lot of heavy cartoony stuff. So that's pretty much my range right now. There's a lot of value in being a flexible artist, but I think it comes down to understanding form and how you can, like put the window dressing on it. So you can make chibi characters, but if your form and understanding of anatomy isn't decent, then it's just going to look odd. And cartooning's super hard. Being able to stretch like somebody's face, like look excited, and then also like how does a real person look when they're excited, mixed with the cartoon explosive expression version. How do you get like an in between there that looks good? That's the tricky part. But first and foremost, I think, and this goes back, and I've talked to you guys about this a bunch of times, which is no matter what you're doing, always have something that you're working on that's just for you. Because in my opinion, because it's working for me so far, is that's how I'm That's how you find your happiness, you know, in what you're doing. If you're just always working on stuff for other people, some people get happiness out of doing that. And if that's you, great, you know. But there's a bunch of us, other people, I don't want to say us, like we're all like a group here, but there's other people that don't enjoy doing that, you know, and you do it just for work. And that's fine. But I would still recommend having something. Where am I? Sorry, I'm looking for rasterize. Oops, I can't do it. Really? But look at something that you can do on your own that might help you just experiment more. Just what makes you happy. If you like drawing big monsters, have a little project. I don't know if it's a sketchbook or just something you're doing, a little web comic or whatever of just monsters. You know, that way you can satiate. Again, I'm not the religious guy, but that spiritual stuff, that art, that you know, the romanticism that a lot of us put into art, is you can start to put that back into what you're doing. You know. Because I'll say too, like when I was working on stuff like the standard, I'm not going to shit on the project. That was one of the best things I've worked on. Um, I'm not talking about like quality and stuff, but I'm just glad to have been part of that group. Is you know when you're working on comics for other people, they'll like sometimes they'll ask you what would you like to draw, and that's great. You get to do that, but a lot of the time it's just whatever the script tells you, and you might just want to draw some zombies or some horses or some flower monsters or something, right? And you can't because it's not in the script. So if you don't have that outlet, for me anyway, it's a pent up thing where you always start thinking about other things to be working on, and that it can be dangerous. It could be dangerous for some. What time is it? You're in Denmark, and it is 7 o'clock p.m. there. It is quarter to 1 p.m. So we're 6 hours apart, my man. I like your style with Jesop. It's clean, shows a lot of form. Thank you. What time? Yeah, it is almost going on 1, right? We might just do the line art for these things, and I might save the inking and stuff tomorrow. Because I really want to wrap up Jesop King coloring today, and we have a little bit of inking left on there, so we'll see. Let's zoom out. Let's take a look at how this is coming together here. All right. All right. I missed the Castle Dracula stuff you did. You should cross over the character. Don't. It's gonna come back. He'll come back. I promise you. Yeah, it'll come back. What I was excited about that. Do you guys remember? Maybe you guys don't. Some of you guys are new. But in Castle Dracula, one of the things I was really trying to push was how could I simplify design for my characters? Like try to introduce like a lot of cartoony stuff. So I don't even think we ever came up with a name for the main character. Was it Pierre? Was that what it was? I don't even like that. If your name's Pierre, I don't mean I don't mean to offend you, but I wanted a different name for him. I swear there might have been something else. I don't know. But here, let me just pull it up. I'll show you. Art, comics, comics, personal. All right, we got a whole bunch of ideas and stuff in here. Castle Dracula. Yeah, it is Pierre. Let's open these. See how these look. Okay, so here's an example anyway. You see all the boxy shapes? That's what I was trying to do with this stuff. It was just like, can I restrain myself and just it's character design stuff. So he's a solid character. He's got some round shapes, so he's a friendly kind of guy. But I didn't know, yeah, like this kind of stuff here. The more I was doing this, the story started changing. So I know his color choices and stuff changed, and just sort of like a fan comic for Castlevania and stuff. But we'll get there, one project at a time. I know exactly what you mean about the. Hey Harold, how's it going, man? I know exactly what you mean about the outlet. I sometimes get tired of drawing other people's stuff, and if I don't have the show comic to do, I would go insane. Oh, the show, sorry, your webcomic, yeah. Yeah, anyway, make time, guys, for your own stuff. And I think where it can get real difficult is if you're under a deadline and if you're working like a full-time, like a real job. Okay, let me take that back. Not a real job, but a normal day job that the vast majority of people do, right? If you're a comic book artist, you're in this magical land of dream jobs. Meaning it's something that a lot of people at one point wanted or dreamed to have, and then they just gave up, right? So make time And this is old man John talking. Make time to have like a personal project. You hear lots of people talk about this stuff. This what I'm saying isn't new ground. You might not feel like you need it, but it's nice. It's a nice way to vent as opposed to you could go down the dangerous path like I did, of especially with like the standard and the hero code. Even I still feel tremendous regret on that. I feel like I let Jamie down on that, and I kind of screwed him over. I did screw him over. Let's be honest. But if I had my own project, and you're smart about it, you don't have all the time in the world to make your own projects, especially if you're working on stuff for other people. But like all the stuff I was doing, where it's like my outlet would have been, let's just draw the Hulk today instead of doing a comic page. Like if you're working for somebody and they see that, like that's bad. They see like, oh, you didn't make my comic page today, but you had time to draw some stuff. Like that's not a good thing. And on the other side of it is like knowing what you can and can't do. So if you don't have all that time, maybe the style in which you do is like more experimental. You're just trying, and maybe it's in the coloring or something. But try to make time to keep the artist inside of you happy. Because I would imagine, and I think this is a rare group of people, but I have to imagine that not everybody is happy just drawing for other people's stuff. If you are, and you're 100% satisfied just doing that, then there's no complaining, right? You're happy. And this has sort of been the motto that we've been having for a little while, right? Just do what makes you guys happy. As long as it's not hurting anybody else or hurting your career or something, just make sure you're happy. There's some pain, obviously, that I think everybody has to do to grow and to further your career, meaning like, okay, well, you want to do all these fun things, but you can't because you got comic pages to do, so you have to do them. But at the same time, if you're not making sure that you're happy with your art and growth and stuff, that's super dangerous. Oh, cool. Yeah, Harold. Yeah. Yeah. So we had a what's it called? With Sketchcraft, we did a podcast. We just met, introduced each other to each other. That was, I believe, it was Monday or Tuesday. Was what's today? Friday? Maybe it was Wednesday. I think it was Wednesday. I don't know. Yeah, I don't think he's posted it up there, but if you guys go or follow me on Facebook, I posted a link you guys can watch. So if you wanted to watch it and not wait till he posts it, that's there. We talked for like probably about an hour after that. Really cool guy. I dig him. We see a lot of things eye to eye. I love his channel. You guys know that. And yeah, so I'm going to go back on there probably 2 weeks after Jesop King launches, and we're just going to talk shop. I know it's something that we wanted to talk about before because he uses Photoshop, and I clearly use Manga Studio primarily. So we'll just have a little like talk shop of things that I'm doing for the webcomic, workflows, and stuff like that. So that'll be fun. I think you guys will dig that. Yeah, well, when Will joined in for the standard, yeah, that was great. You helped me out big time with that, man. You did a great job too. Same. I want to draw for me, but I think what I would, sorry, but I think I want to draw for others too. But I still lack the foundations to. No, you're right. Okay, what you're talking about there is where I think a vast majority of artists are. You still need to build up your volume in what you're doing. So working for other people is great. While you're learning, that's sort of like your excuse to get better. There will come a point when your confidence starts to, you know, beat your doubt in what you're doing, like that you're not good enough, your confidence will grow. And once that happens and you find yourself not studying as much, I say that's when you start to deviate into doing your own stuff as well. If you can. If you can't, just pick your projects properly. But that's what I was saying, the pain side. No matter what you do in the beginning, there's pain. Whether it's because you're studying for so many hours a day or if it's just as crazy as you're still learning what you're doing. No matter what, you're going to be in this for a while, right? And as long as you know that, it's all gravy, man. It's all gravy. Okay, let's get the little snake head on here. Alright, he's got these big old sick wangs. I'll leave those there because I'm still not sure if we're going to put the Kirby dots. They just might be not a waste of time, but it might not even matter. Okay, let's get our contour line on here and call this one done. Line art. Let's up to like, I don't know, 6. Huzzah! And then we'll beef up the line weight when we ink it or whatever. But we can leave it for here for now. Again, I'm not sure what we're going to keep, what we're not. And we're going to destroy that border too. Actually, no, let's try it now. Let's just see how this looks. It should look pretty cool. When people pop out of like panels and stuff, it's always cool looking. Let's get rid of that. Yeah, it's fun. That's fun. Okay, so let's save this up here. Save, and then we can grab, what was it, Shadow Fiend? Is that this character's name? Shadow Fiend. Okay. Lines. You guys are too much, man. Alright, let me pull up the reference for this guy. This guy's reference, it's like, since he's all shadows and dark, trying to find line art in this is pretty rough. It's probably smart just to go into just straight inks with this guy, but... Discipline. We must have discipline. Okay, what does he have? Okay, so this stuff kind of comes forward. Alright, let's try to rack our brains around this. So this is bending forward. Let's get some planes in here. Let's do this side. don't like these eyes. Let's erase them for now. Draw them later. Some random details in here. Lawrence, is that how you say it? Lawrence? Looks like Lawrence. Well, thank you for that, man. I appreciate that. Normally I'm at work. That's probably why. It's every second Friday I don't work. So usually I try to stream doing this stuff. So thank you, man. Appreciate that. Thanks for being able to make it. So how do you do buildings nowadays since you're not using Photoshop? I'll still use. I haven't drawn a building, honestly, in months. The last thing I did was this. It was a cover for a freelance project. What the hell was the name of it? It's under commissions. Is it in here? Damn, I don't remember what it's called. That's bad. The hell is it called? Wow, it's pretty unreal. Okay, well, what? This doesn't make any sense. Give me a second. Now it's ripping at my mind. What? Did I just? Was it his name that I put it under? Sorry, guys. One sec. Uh, what the hell was the book called? We did three covers, I think. And I can't remember the name of it. God. Anyway, maybe it'll come to me. I'll let my brain do its thing. But no, so what I'll do is I'll usually just set up my perspective grid, like how I normally would, and then I'll just draw the rectangles of where the buildings are going to be, and then I just export it as a PSD. And then I go into Photoshop, load it up, crop it down because it's usually 600 dpi and that's huge for Photoshop. So crop it down to just the panel I need, and then I just put the paths in, stroke them on separate layers, save it, open that file again in Manga Studio, take just those layers that I just drew, paste it into the file, and then keep going. It seems like it's like extra steps, but it works. It's not. It's almost the same amount of work as when you're bringing in SketchUp files. You know, where you have to go into another program to do certain things. So it's not a big deal, but I just refuse, I guess, to draw buildings when you don't necessarily need to. I don't want to. That's just what it gets down to. Yeah, it was just a couple buildings where the guy was standing. Modern Testament. Thank you, Brain. All right, let's see if we can find that. Modern Testament. JKLM, not in here. Comics, business. Not in here either. Okay, interesting. Search art. Modern. Watch nothing show up. I hate the search in Windows, man. Testament. There we go. There you go. There you go. Modern Testament 3. Where's this? Art, modern. I guess it wasn't there. Okay. Final. Nothing. Okay. Save for web. Nothing. All right. Colors. There we go. I don't know if you guys remember this or not. Let me just bring up the whole shebang. This guy. You guys remember this? I think we streamed doing some of this, but it was the background down here that I did. This is very simple stuff. So it's just like you get the perspective ruler, right? And you make a whole bunch of lines, pick some rectangles, go into Photoshop, and then just do the buildings the same way. And then bring it back into Manga Studio and just do some details, and then we had to color the whole thing. And then ship it. That's why you can tell there's no backgrounds on any of these things. I remember Joe Madureira having this one thing in an interview he had, and I saw it and I thought, well, if he can say that and nobody cares, or not nobody, but I don't care as a fan, then maybe there's other people that agree with me or agree with Joe. And basically what he was saying was he's more into selling a story and emotion through character. So meaning he doesn't put attention and stuff into his backgrounds. He puts them in when you need it, but he just like puts silhouetted backgrounds. If you guys have read the Ultimates at all, actually here, Battle Chasers is probably a good example. So I just want to see if I can get like his newest stuff. Actually, okay, so Spider-Man Wolverine. Okay. Let's switch over to webcam view so you guys can see this a little bit better. Let me just pull it up here. 1 second. Just want to show stuff with the background. So like they're fighting on, I think it's like a bridge, right? So here's a good example here, okay? Sorry, bear with me. I'm trying to see while I post it. Okay, so you see the bridge there? Look at the background buildings. There's like nothing on the buildings at all. They're just rectangles. But you still know it's a city, right? And I think as long as you're doing that, it's fine. Sometimes you can't, sometimes you're forced to draw certain backgrounds because you need to, right? Like if they're actually swinging through the city. But even what he does is like this kind of stuff. If you look at this top panel, look at those backgrounds. It's pretty much like a joke, but it's still there. It's one panel and a whole bunch of things, but everything else looks really cool, right? So I think it's just that. It's finding like a happy balance between the two. And nothing's right or wrong. You just have to know the kind of artist you are. And really, what it comes down to is what do you enjoy drawing? If you enjoy drawing buildings and backgrounds, then knock yourself out. Have fun, right? The whole point is to have fun. And if you don't like drawing something, find creative solutions to not draw them that way. That would just be my opinion on that. A while back, I asked you about eye health, John. And sorry, went to the doctor recently. Turns out I have dry eye syndrome. Dry eye syndrome. Doctor freaked out when I said I sometimes work 12 hours a day. Some of the additional causes were dry room temperature, rubbing the eyes, and high pressure. Okay, so what do you have to do? Is it just eye drops now, or do you have to take more breaks from your computer? One thing that has helped me, and I I think I've done it once since we've been streaming a lot more regularly now, which is the Pomodoro stuff. So you're only working 25 minutes, and then you go take a 5-minute break, and you stare outside. You do something. So you're not just staring at your screen. I recommend it if you're not doing that. It's helped me. Because I always used to get, and sometimes I get it, it's like a twitch in my eye. It'll just start twitching. And I think it's just the muscles are just being worked. And I remember hearing too, it was like a ergonomics for the eye kind of stuff. Where it was like when you're drawing on a screen or drawing on paper all day, just like look over and start focusing on different things in the room. Even hold up your pencil and stare at your pencil and then put it away and focus on something and then focus on your pencil. And what you're doing is you're just exercising your eye, so it's not just it's used for so many hours a day of just like this sort of depth, like this is it. This is my perspective, So when you look outside and you start focusing on like a tree in the background or birds flying by or just general, that can help too. But I'm not a doctor at all, right? So I'd be interested to hear what your doctor was saying. That's hilarious. You work 12 hours a day on a computer? You crazy person. eye drops, 10-minute breaks every hour or so, less coffee and sugar. I'd cry about the coffee, but I need. Yeah. Your eyes are so dry you can't cry anymore, eh? Hmm. Well, I hope that it fixes your dry eye syndrome. You know, like eyes and eyesight and our hand coordination and stuff. If that stuff starts going, life without art would like being able to create art. I don't know what that would be like. That's like one of my fears. Like I'd be super. I don't even like thinking about it. I mean, it's probably good to think about it in ways that prevent it as much as you can, like from happening. You know, like stretches for your wrist so you don't get the carpal tunnel and all that. But not being able to like create art would. Oh my god. I know some people fear some stuff. That's mine. That's no good. By the way, this wasn't from digital stuff. Turns out reading, driving long distances, and stuff has the same effect. It's not just shiny screen. Okay, that makes sense. Is it just because you're always used to the same? Your eye isn't moving around and stuff. It's just like dead. It's like one distance all the time. Like reading and stuff, dude. I thought I have glaucoma. I was freaking out big time. Well, fuck, as long as you don't get that, it's game over, man. As soon as you get that stuff. I got a mouse injury some years back. Couldn't work for 6 months. Had a real crisis. If I didn't. Oh, shit, man. See, stop, stop. I can't. I can't. See, I'm not like what you would call a man in the traditional old school sense. You know, I don't know how to fix a car. I don't know how to fix things around my house. You know, like I was helping my dad put up what is it, sheetrock or I don't think it's sheetrock. It's like just big slabs of wood to put up against the wall to put insulation in, and then you put that over it so you can put like drywall over it and then paint it or whatever, right? So I was helping him do that, and it was just an automatic drill. I I'm putting it in or whatever, right? And I'm going. I'm like, and I'm trying, guys. I'm trying so hard to get it to work, and it would just go, and then it would always fall. The thing kept falling. It was embarrassing, sad, and stupid all at the same time. It was just like this is so so unreal. So if I didn't have art, is any way to like make a living? It's something I feel that I'm really competent at, you know, and it gives me confidence to do it. Oh man, like I don't know what the hell. I can't. I don't know. I don't know. We're done talking about it. I don't even want to think about it. Not even gonna put any thought or effort into it. Ugh, horrible. You bought a wrist splint recently. I look like an enormous nerd, but if Stay away from painkillers. Don't work if you feel pain. Alright. Might be time for a break in a little bit here. Starting to feel it. So any game players here? You guys looking forward to the Switch coming out on the 8th? Or Zelda? Play that on the Wii U, on your Switch? Anybody grabbing that stuff? Oh no, Will, we're gonna be drawn, man. We're drawn for like the next, what time is it? Probably like 7 hours. I just made a break to go stretch. Keep that energy high to keep drawing. No, we're just these here are commissions for Patreon. Sorry, should have muted that. We're just doing the line art for this, and then the line art for this lame picture. You know what? I might not. I don't know. I don't know if picture of me is kind of stupid. We'll see. I want to. I don't know if we'll do it today. I'll take a break. I'll come back. I'll look to do a 1K followers on Instagram picture. But then we're just gonna be coloring Jesop King. We won't be doing inks on this here. We have one page to ink, I think, for Jesop. So it's like an hour, if that. And then, yep. Color it up. Only Rocket League. Ooh, yeah, Rocket League. That's good shit. Can you explain how you get that outline from a solid shape? Yeah. So all you need to do is make a brand new layer and grab a black brush and make any shape you want. Okay, and then what you want to do is select just the things that are in your layer. That's why you're making a separate layer. So if on Windows anyway, you hold Control and you click inside your little thumbnail layer there, you're going to get all these options that pop up, you know, in Manga Studio. And all you're doing is you're reducing the selection, usually to the size of your line art or whatever you want. You can play around with that; it's no big deal. So we'll just say 3, and you either fill this stage with white or you just press Delete, and presto, we got line art. Then you would just like, you know, draw over top of it kind of thing. Oops. Or erase little pieces from it, whatever you want. You know, that's it. I just have it all recorded to an auto action, so you don't have to do all those button presses over and over again. Because that just kills the flow of drawing. Because having to open up menus and press stuff, you know. So I'm just closing all the lines here. So we can make our contour layer. Smoke body. Okay, so let's take a look. Alright, so let's grab our wand tool. Yes, please. Make sure everything's selected. Missed in there. Everything else. Looking good. Missed right there. Cool. Alright, let's just run our action. Bang. So we got our contour layer. Cool. Duplicate that. Actually, I think is it F12? Okay. So we got that. Let's just get this contour layer. I don't know. Let's try. What do we put the last one? 6 or something? Seems a little big. Yeah, we can change it when we ink it. Anyway, so have that, and let's erase the border here. Again with that pop out effect. Cool. Alright, let's save that up. Okay, I'll be right back in about 5-10 minutes, you guys, and then we'll be doing some Jesop King. Actually, let me before we do that, let me just get settled here. So we got that done. Close that crap, and let me just check off my Trello and Todoist stuff here. So we've got the rough and the line art done for that stuff. And this one we did the silhouette, the rough, and the line art. February 25th, so that's due tomorrow. So we did the silhouette, rough, line art. Cool. Alright, so what we had to do today is pretty much done. So now we get to work on some fun stuff. I don't remember. Let me check page 19. Is that inked? Yep, that's done. So we're doing page 20, right? Yeah, okay, page 20. I remember it now. Just so you guys get some fun stuff to look at. Here you go. Okay, I'll be right back, guys. Okay. I just wanted to check one thing. I forgot. I think the NDA was lifted today for the new Zelda game. So we're going to go over to neogaf.com. Just want to see if there's any articles up here. I'll share it with you guys if there is here. I'll bring it on. Control Find Zelda. Preview thread. That's what we want. So I don't know if you guys are into video games at all, but let me just bring this down so you guys can see it. NeoGaf, if you haven't heard of that, awesome site. So they always make these really cool forum topics and stuff. So here we go. Breath of the Wild. Preview thread. Note, the reviews for this game will drop next Thursday. Expect another topic made by then. Alright. Previews. Here we go. Oh, there's a whole bunch of these things. Alright, let's just read these. Carefully placed previews. Breath of the Wild embodies the freedom and danger that made the first Zelda game so enthralling and captures the feeling of awe that came when Ocarina of Time hit the scene. It's safe to say that Breath of the Wild will forever change what people expect from the series. It's pretty good. At this stage, would be shocked if this didn't turn out to be the best Zelda since Ocarina of Time and may even surpass it. 5 hours in, it feels like a contender for the strongest game Nintendo has launched a console with since Super Mario 64. If you weren't thinking about playing it before now, I implore you to reconsider that thought. And that's that was me. I'll be honest with you. I've played every Zelda that's come out, but a lot of them they start to get maybe repetitive isn't the correct term. It's just they're not that difficult, and there's some puzzle stuff, and I don't know. So when I saw this, it was just like, okay, so it's Zelda Skyrim. I think a lot of people were saying that kind of thing. But I'm glad to hear this sort of thing here. It puts people like me in our place, possibly, where it's like it's more than Skyrim Zelda. It may be a very different Zelda, but it's shaping to be one of the best ever. This is a game we're going to be talking about for decades to come, so you're going to want to remember where you were, what you were doing in your life. When you played Breath of the Wild for the first time, it is that good. Cool. All right, well, see what else we get here. My body is Reggie. Hold on. I remember this show. I don't know what the hell I'm looking at right now. What the fuck is that? Throws a bomb, jumps on it with his shield, explodes, and now he's like soaring through the sky. Alright. I like skimming through these because sometimes here we go again. I like the gifs because sometimes you'll see some gameplay stuff. I don't want to watch those videos just yet. Look at this. Too much. Oh my god. My review will be up next week for now, but I think it's safe to say I've played 20 hours of Zelda Breath of the Wild and it's outstanding. Just the hype wagon, guys. Here we go. Oh, look at the size of this dude. I didn't know there was cats that big. That's pretty cool. So why are you climbing? That's pretty cool. One of my concerns when I see these open world games like this is that it's just like in Skyrim. I loved Skyrim. I don't know if you guys played that at all, but Skyrim was an amazing game. And sadly, there was pockets of areas that were like I didn't like fast traveling. I like to walk everywhere I was going, but it was just like as it would be, just like pockets of nothing. And that's one of the concerns I have with this because there's so many things that are open. But we'll see. We see. The Gigasai has come. What else we got here? Also, any previews down on the Wii U, or is it all just the Switch version? Yeah, that's what I'm interested in. I'm just gonna go through a couple more of these pages and we'll go back to the art. Have you, have you, the internet. I've played barely 15 minutes of it, here we go, but I've watched someone I know play it for here we go. The world is big, there's a lot of neat puzzles hidden within the world, and most of the time it feels meaningful to explore. There's a lot of that Nintendo polish that comes through with things being cleverly placed to keep you moving. So far, weapon durability sucks. I've had to change weapons up to 4 times in a fight. I'm sure it gets better, but I still don't enjoy it. I like that a lot of people tell you directions or give you vague hints of where to go rather than always using map markers. There are map markers, but having quests where you have to find stuff based on a picture and a clue are really fun to me. That said, early previews of open world games are always deceiving. There's always a general sense of wonder and awe at the scale, and finding new things that defines blah 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 blah. Well, this will be interesting. We'll start getting some reviews soon too. You know, this is cool looking stuff, obviously. I actually didn't play. I don't know if you guys are big Zelda fans or anything, but I didn't play. What is it? Skyward Sword. I missed that one. I think we put the rest in fears of grass being downgraded. Ooh. Looking good. Oh, this guy got struck by lightning. Oh, that's pretty cool. Meteor effects in a few minutes from a peaceful meadow to quick death. Actually, you know what? So at work, we talked about there's some stuff we were working on, and one of the games we were thinking of, it was starting to have like weather effects and things. It's not a new thing, but I'm excited. Not just because this is doing it, but I'm excited for future games doing this where it's not just now it's raining or now it's snowing and stuff, but if it does things like such as this, right? Like lightning, this is great. The fact that lightning can come and hit you and kill you, like that's cool stuff. That's environmental things that just helps with that immersion of games, you know. Mounting deer, that's pretty cool. Interesting. You have to manually catch the boomerang. That's awesome. Well, that's pretty cool. Embargo time. In short, the first 5 hours of Zelda are better than anything I've played all this year. Well, I mean, 2017 isn't exactly a long year. Okay, let's get back to this. What are we doing? Got our ink layer. Let's just duplicate this. I gotta open up my timer here. I almost forgot to do that last time. Online timer, comic page time. Start. Yes, Dennis, I have. I use it from time to time. It just depends what it is that we're inking. Sometimes I just find it a little simpler to sort of like carve out the shapes and then fill it in with black. But you do get some pretty cool shapes when you use the lasso. Yeah, Lapsta you can do it. So Lapsta, sorry, is wondering if you can change the icon for your brush tool. Yep, you totally can. You just go under File. Give me a second here. I think it is Preferences. Let's check it out. Preferences, yeah, and then go down to Cursor right here, and you can change it for everything. So if you want just your eraser to have a pinpoint thing, you can change that. If you want it to be whatever, you just click in there, and you can change to all these kinds of things. Yep. Normally I have it a point. I don't know why it's still this pen, but just gotten used to it. Whatever. Yeah, you totally can. Like I say, Manga Studio 5 feels buried. Like you can do a lot of the stuff in it that you could have done in 4, but the settings are all buried inside weird things. So anyway, hope it helps. Yeah, no problem. Hope it works. I'm just gonna put some tunes on in the background. You guys won't be able to hear it, or else I get those delicious copyright things. Oh God, I have the pen back. You made my day, man. Well, you made my day by coming in and saying hi. So, whatever. Glad to help, man. All right, off to Spotify we go. Need to listen to some new retro wave. That's what we need to listen to. Let me just change this here. Headset. Yes, please. Search for new retro wave. Play. You can hear the breathing, can you? Here. Let me know if you can still hear the breathing here. I got the music going, so everything's all loud. Hey, Justin, I'm good, man. How are you? Hey, man. Yep, rocking it out. Got that new retro wave in the background. Can you guys still hear my breathing with the mic up like this, or is it the breathing a little better? Still lots. Here, let me. How am I gonna fix this so you guys don't have to hear my mouth breathing? Let's put it way up on our face. How's that? You're counting them. I had it down here, and it's like I think it's worse. Okay, so how was it up there, and how is it down here? better? Okay, cool. Jason, actually, you don't have to. Some monochrome moose from the chat. They're hooking me up with the new webcam, and I think it's a Turtle Beach headset or something. So thank you, though. Hey. No, it's because I got, you know what it is, guys? Like, besides being overweight and breathing heavy, it's the, I've got music going now, and I noticed this. I was watching the last stream that's why I brought it up, was I kicked the music on, so I have it, and I don't know if it's put me into a trance or what. It's so good. Hey now, it's the artist whose work hangs prominently. Hey, how's it going, Scotty? Alright, let's put some tunes back on. Bunch of bullies. Alright, let's add some speed lines to this. Oh. Sweet, dude. Thanks. Sorry, I missed it. How do you make motion lines? So, like this kind of stuff here, I do this freehand. I'm going to do some now, just to add some impact down here. So just, I don't know, it's hard to describe. Just go real quick, I guess. Yeah, it sure is. Man, this song is fire. What song is this? Open the Gates, Master, Dallas Campbell. We're adding that. That's some hot shit. What song is that, Jason? Here, let me. I got. Oh, so good. Balls in your court, Jason. Okay, that's enough. We're getting too like detailed. Have to stop. Okay, where are we at here? Let's save this bitch up. Let's see. How long did that take? That was cool. Half hour. So this page took an hour to ink. We can do better. We can do faster. All right, so let's get in some color. Some sweet, juicy color. Let's close this guy down. Color. All right, I'm just going to get them all ready here. So we got 17. Uh, 20's over here. All right, so we have to merge the artwork together here. Let's open up a previous page. What do we got? Blue? Cool. All right, and I say this every single time we do the coloring because I know it's going to help people out, especially if you use a Manga Studio here. So if I turn everything off here, just so you can see, when we merge our layers together, all of this becomes like flattened artwork here, right? So here, I'll show you. Right now when I turn the paper off, it's transparent, which is great. But if we merge this down, just like you would in Photoshop or whatever, now it's all its own layer, right? So if we go and we change this, I need it to be color, sorry. If you go up to Edit, Convert Brightness to Opacity, check this out. It just undid what I just did, just to show you here, right? So if you look, it basically removes all white pixels from the artwork, which is insane. It's a lot harder of a step to do in Photoshop. Some people, they just switch to multiply and draw or color over top of things, but this allows us to color the line art if we want to. And if you're coloring stuff, it's nice to have that option if you want it. And it's literally one click of a button. So Edit, Convert Brightness to Opacity. That's it, okay? So just so you guys know that you can do that. So if you're scanning in artwork or something, let's say, you know. And the reason why I do that is because I change the color of the line art. So if you look here, it's like a brown or a black. So I'm going to lock the transparency in. And I fill it with like a blue. Oops. Let's put multiply. Oh, yeah. It's going to start messing around now. It's going to start playing some games. Here, let me just... one sec. So let's lock it and fill it with a blue. So I don't know if you guys can kind of see that. Let me put some... You can kind of see it's a slight color change. It's not... You can see right here. It's harder to see here. You guys might be able to see it on your stream better, but it just lightens it up, gives it a little more of a cartoony kind of look. Anyway, just something I dig there. So I'm just going to go through and do that to all the pages here. And the reason why you combine all the layers with the paper here is because, like, sometimes if you're inking like how I'm doing here with the Freddy method stuff, you ink with black and white so that you can build up shape and volume. And if you don't do this, then when you're inking, you're going to get what was there. And I don't know if you guys saw it or not, but you'll get like white blotches in places. I'm sure I'm speaking over some of your guys' heads here. Turn that blue. Let's get some white paper back there. What's it doing? There we go. Just save this for color. I always forget to resize this stuff too. See you later, Will. When I press one of the buttons on my pen, it turns out it's a hand icon and lets me move the image around. Using spacebar with the left hand ruins my shoulder. Yeah, all you need to do is figure out. Let me mute this. Oh. All you need to do is figure out whatever the shortcut key is. So spacebar, right? So if you go up to like File, Shortcut Settings, I believe it is. Yeah. All you want to look for is somewhere in here. I think it's View. Let's see if something says spacebar. Maybe it's not View. So what is it? We're looking for like a pan, right? Maybe it is View somewhere in here. Give me a second. Edit. Okay, I'm not. It's in here somewhere. Trust me. Just it's on the shortcut settings. You're just gonna go in there and change it to like I don't know if you want to press P or spacebar, and then go into your Wacom settings and just change whatever you press here. Like one for me is P for pen, one's eraser. Myself. You could ink with black and then transparent. Oh really? I didn't know that. You started to do more color work in Photoshop. Hey, Dead Inside, how's it going, man? Haven't seen you in a while. So far, so good. Good. You might either stick to Sketchbook Pro or Manga Studio for inking. Either one is fine. Yeah, I've never really gotten too much into Sketchbook Pro. Honestly, I don't even like it myself, but it has a huge following, like a big fan base, so it's good. I like that. This is what I needed to change first. Change image resolution. We need to go to 300 dpi when we're coloring. 600 just a little goofy. Still having trouble doing masks on Photoshop? Recommend any vids? What do you mean for masks though? Are you looking for like how I color something? You mean like a character? If that's what you're talking about, I can show you how I do it here. It's the same as in Photoshop. Just let me know if that's what you're talking about. Like I don't know a lot about masks. I'm getting better with them, but like in Photoshop when you press Q and it goes red, I've never farted around with that, so I'm not too sure. It's not the move tool. The move tool is going to just literally move stuff. It's like a panning, or I don't know what the hell it's called. You press spacebar. I'm pretty sure it's just pan. Like I don't know what the tool is in here, Not sure. Oh, I didn't even know that. Cool. Bring all that back. We're learning all a bunch of stuff. All right, edit. Image resolution 300. Coloring a line character. Okay, 1 second. I'll show you. This whole thing is going to be just all that. So you get like a huge dose of how to do it. All right. Are you coloring in Photoshop or are you coloring in Manga Studio? It doesn't matter. Okay, so this one's saved. What do we got here? 300 dpi there, 300. This one we gotta change. Edit, change image resolution. Save that. Photoshop? Okay. It's similar, just the language is a little different. Nothing too dramatic here. Okay, so save. Can you see this on that side? Okay, you can. Cool. Okay, so I'm just going to close up these other ones because I just want free up some RAM to do this. All right, so I need this page, not this one. We need page 16. So spoilers, guys. Let me just turn the text off. Save you guys some of that. Turn the texture off. Turn that off. And the text off, just in case we need some of this stuff here. Okay. I just need these up here for the color because you can see like on this bottom panel how things change. So I'm going to change some of that up too. All right, so what you're looking for, man. Let me just do this first real quick. 1, 2, 3, 4. You got 4 panels to color. Panel 1, panel 2, panel 3, and panel 4. All right, so I'll start with. I'll just do this first one with Jesop here so you can see what the hell's going on there, okay? So what you're looking for, Harold, I can't get masks to work on Manga Studio. In Photoshop, if I draw black, it removes stuff in white. It brings it back. In Manga, it doesn't do poop. Hey, Inkbot, how's it going? Okay, well, I'll show you guys some, well, oh, okay. This might be a little different than what I'm trying to talk about. You guys just let me know. So I'm going to get my timer going. All right, so how I use a mask anyway for characters is, let me grab my color flats brush. Excuse me. All right, and let's get our Jesop King flats, and we'll start with that. So what I'm doing is I always start with like just outlining the character. You can use whatever you want. A brush. Sometimes I use the lasso fill tool, you know, whatever you want to use. And let's put it to color. So this mask is like a custom shape mask, if you want to think about it that way. And what it's doing is it makes it easier for whatever you want to do that affects just this character. So if you just want to put shadow just on this guy, or what I like to do is you make a clipping layer, I think it's called, and you clip to the mask, this language, with new color. And you can make new layers for each color. I used to do that. Now it's just me doing this. I don't really edit stuff, so I can just put it all in one layer, and it's okay. In Photoshop, it's a little bit more of a nuisance, but Manga Studio seems a little bit, maybe not better, just how I use it, it's a little easier. So when you guys are talking about black and white and stuff, this would be the black, I believe it is. Okay. So I would have my shape, you can see it's right here, right? If I turn it off, whatever, it's just a colored thing, okay? So what you do, you just make a new layer, and right up here, can you actually, no, right up here, clip that layer below. It looks like a can or something. It's right next to this right here, the lighthouse. It's on the left. So if you click, so now no matter what color I pick, let's pick a red, right? I can go in, whoops, let's make it color again. So if I'm coloring, I can't go outside of it. That's the whole reason to do that. It makes coloring these characters a lot easier. As for like a legit mask, let's say, let's do a layer, adjustment layer here. Correction layer, let's do hue saturation, sure. Just so we can see it. So green, okay, cool. So if you look over here, anything that's white, I guess, is green. So if we draw with black, let's see if this does it. Or white, let me try that. Or no, it's an, okay, you don't draw with it, you erase from it. There you go. That's the big difference between the masks. And you can see over here, there's like a little black dot. Here, let me do this, just so you guys can see it a little bit easier, because it's being zoomed out so much. So I'm going to delete everything outside. So do you see what's happening? Whoops, sorry. Bear with me, guys. God, we'll get this. Clear outside. Okay, so you see what happened now? Everything's black out there. So in Photoshop, you draw in white and black, and it'll affect the masks. In Manga Studio, all you do is, that I know of, Dennis is saying you can draw with the transparency. I don't know about that. Let's try that out. Yeah, that'll work too. Basically, you're either drawing or erasing. That's it. So instead of thinking of black and then white, it's black is in drawing, white is in erasing, and that's it. That is it. Okay, so let's get our brush back here, and we're just going to go back and just keep doing the flats for Jesop here. I think his shoes are, yeah. And I'm just going to do Jesop on each panel here. This makes it go quicker. Good. Glad it helps you guys. Okay, how the hell does this work again? It goes, yeah, that's all let's do. Dennis is saying, did you get any valuable feedback on the question about landscape or portrait mode for digital comics? No, Dennis, I didn't ask that. I asked, for mobile comics anyway, if it was people's either experience with it, if they enjoy it, or and the difference is what I was talking about specifically for that was it's not like what I'm doing. I'm actually going against, I guess, what I think what webcomics, the next evolution of webcomics could be. Not that it should be, but definitely could be. Which is not at all what I'm doing. It's the scrolling like that, a panel at a time or a couple panels like this, because then it's formatted for this better. People, I have seen some where they go like this, and you go, so that feels weird. For me anyway, most success that, and especially at work, we've seen generally, especially on a phone or a tablet, people don't necessarily like to rotate. It's just a small thing, but being able to just do this is the best way. But like I said, for this project, I've just decided to concede and just go to this sort of thing, the safe bet for now. For future projects, I'm like maybe even Castle Dracula. Thinking maybe of trying that out just to see how that goes. Of doing like a specifically formatted for phone kind of thing. Because it works really well on web as well. It's not like it's phone only kind of stuff. At least that's I think that's the answer to your question. It's been so long since I asked that. Yeah, no problem. Thanks for asking. Wait, how would you be formatting your comics in Clip Studio Paint to suit the phone? Okay, so the specific model I'm talking about is on like Webtoons, and on Webtoons they have it has like a recommended upload size, meaning they don't want HD files, right? So they just want stuff that's a certain that'll fit the platform they're on. So you go there and you can find out what it is. I'm not sure that much, but it's not much different. The only difference, like your canvas would look something like this. Let's say pixels. Yeah, we'll just do like I don't know, maybe 800 by 2000. Your file would kind of look something like this. That's it. So when you're drawing your panels and crap, right? Like panel, 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 establishing shot. You might not even need any of this stuff, right? That's it. And this would be like page one. That's all it is. That's it. And it's exciting. I like it. It's different. Oh yeah, the fill bucket's insane. If you've got like a clean line art style, the fill bucket in Manga Studio is it's great. It's definitely over Photoshop 100%. So now I'm just cutting out the rocks that are over Jesop here in some of these places because I don't need that in the silhouette. Actually, you know what? It might not even matter. Now let's just do it. Let's just take the time and do it right now. I'm just thinking because I could probably just make a new layer over top of all this to color in the rocks, so it doesn't even really matter. But then, if I cut them out now, when I color the background, it'll fill those in with the same kind of color, so that could work too. So let's just do it now. It's not going to take too much time. And I will say the flatting process too, I find it to be much quicker than Photoshop. I think a lot of people do, and it's helped speed along the process of coloring the comic. Because coloring a comic book is like it's an insane amount of work, right? Like no matter what you're doing, color. If you're not a good colorist, I'm not. I'm trying to get better. That's why I wanted to make a color plus. Anyway, doesn't matter why. Manga Studio being able to fill and just this lasso tool here that just lasso autofill, that's saves so much time, in my opinion. So like this stuff moves quicker, so it still takes time to color, but not as much time, in my opinion anyway. Harold, I saw the coffee table comics, dude. I'm just going to format my next issue for Tapastic the way he showed in his video. Love the Yep, no, that's a great what Harold's talking about too. Pop, you can check it out. Go look for coffee table comics. Jason Brubaker is his name, and he has a video. I'm pretty sure the title is like how I format Cithra, I think his comic is, or how I format my comic for webtoons. Or it could be Tapastic, I'm not sure. And I've always thought of doing that. The only reason I don't, and I'll put this out there. Let me pause this just so I can. It's not a rant, but there's no reason to keep going. So in that video anyway, the reason he talked about it, and I asked in one of his streams, why wouldn't you just do the whole comic that way? Two things. One, he's putting the time into doing that because webtoons. He's one of the what is it called? It's like they pay you for content to be just made for them. So it's kind of like if you went to Image and Image goes, we'll give you a deal. We'll pay you per page, per update. I don't know what the specifics are, but apparently it's a competitive rate, and it's enough to make people not post other places except just on that platform, which is interesting. So he's doing that route. And the reason why he's not just doing the format is because he doesn't, that's not his end game. His end game is making books, right? So he's doing all of those things so that he can make a Kickstarter and sell the books when they're done. That's the main reason he's doing that. Otherwise, I don't know if it's necessarily. It's good to always have an option to go back to print for sure, but in my opinion, and I don't know, I'm just new to this whole thing like a lot of you guys and girls, a lot of this stuff is just experimenting. We're not going to know what's the best course of action in a lot of these things unless you try and fail, right? So in my opinion, what I'm excited to find out is like if I even need print, because I've told you guys plenty of times I have no intent on printing. However, in saying that, I think it would be it's a total lie to say that one day, someday, maybe it might be print, and that's why I kind of went with this route here. So we'll see. We'll see. Secretly, I am hoping that maybe if I can raise in the ranks over a year or however long it takes on like webtoons, I can maybe they'll offer me something and I could see what that is, and go from there, right? Because after a year, there'll be how many pages? Well, it's 8 pages a month, right? Some months will be a little different. 8 times 12, so we're looking at like 96 pages around there, right? So that's a good chunk of work that we can. It gives me an option to where we can go next, right? Or just keep doing what we're doing. So it'll be exciting to see all that stuff. Thanks, Ben. Dennis, when you make a selection, you get that option bar beneath it. Is there a way to not get that bar? Sometimes excessively. I 100% agree with you. I believe you can. There's a setting. I don't know where it is. Edit something or file. Command bar or tab mat control. Let's try command bar settings. Let's take a look. I don't know where it is, but yes, you can affect what's on that bar. You can even add things to it. So if you can add, I would imagine you could remove, or maybe just disable it altogether. I'm not too sure. Quick question, Ben's asking, is using the fill bucket on anti-alias lines pretty much always a bad time in Photoshop at least? Yeah. Manga Studio, it's a little better. Because you can actually affect what it'll pick up when you're using the fill tool. So yes. All right, let's get the timer going. Okay, so I think he's done. I gotta shave, man. Everything's all itchy. Ugh. Okay, save that up. La 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 la. Hey Iron, how's it going? Hey John. Tried to tune in earlier, but I was a bit busy. Things are going good, man. Getting lots of work done today. I want to get the coloring done for these 4 pages, possibly today. We'll see how it's going. This page is pretty simple. The next one coming up, like they're all simple. It's just putting in the time to do it. That's all. There's some background colors that'll be a little tricky, but we'll fugger. We'll figure our way out of that. All right, so let's get this here. Is that just the color there? Okay, cool. Yeah, okay. So I want the same color rock since he's fallen down there. So I'm just gonna make another layer again, and this is just what we do for this kind of stuff. Is that special effects? Thank you. God, that's good. I thought I had to color through all that. Okay, color through all the layers. Let's do that. And we're going to invert the selection and color, fill. Cool. Let's get our selection. And we will clear outside. Now let's just erase all the crap in there. Cool. Flat's done. Super quick. Okay, so we have that. But I do want to put in a little bit of different color here, just to, break it up a bit. So we'll still use the same hue. We're just going to change it up a little bit. Because once we get the special effects on there, there's a lot going on. You're not going to see too much, so I don't want to spend too much time adding detail to the rocks. Because we'll get the shadow and stuff, but you can break up the color of the rocks a little bit. Just gives a little interest, hopefully. We'll put a little in here. Because this isn't shading, right? It's just like different pigmentation of the rock. Maybe all this is like... Alright, so get that. Alright, now the ground, what color are we going to pick for that? Kind of like going into this purple kind of color that we were kind of messing around with. Is this like a skin color though? Let me check this out. Skin color. A Caucasian skin color. Let's see what we get here. It's super important to see if all these colors start like meshing. That's not good. Alright, how does that look over here? Yeah, it's pretty close to his skin color. So we can kind of start changing up because it's starting to get a little, you know what, maybe we can, what were the colors that I was using here? Like I got these dark ones. Pink? Pink ground. Let's try it. Let's try it. I don't know. Yeah, the tone's too much the same. Okay, well, let's try this out here. I want the ground to be lighter than Jesop. Probably. Or darker. That's, you start losing it. Maybe we can just go lighter like here. Alright, let's start trying to figure out some color. this way. So if we start taking out the color, this is the thing. Everything always looks cool, like in cartoony stuff when everything's saturated. But some of the stuff I'm trying to think in my head is it's not just what it is. Like I'm trying to put myself in the why of the colors again. So for me, if I start taking away some of the color from the background and start getting into the evil kind of colors, like the purples and greens and stuff, when the bad guys show up, it'll help make them pop a bit. So I'm gonna try. We're just gonna see. We can always go back and change stuff, right? Nothing's final until whatever. But I just want to see how this works when everything's pretty much desaturated. Whoops. Let's fill it. I'll grab our eraser. A little like gradient kind of thing in the background. And let's cut all this crap out. We're not going to need it. And then we can change some of the, similar to what we already did, we can change the tone of some of these things. Bright yellowish green. Okay, see, so Lapsta, you're going where I was kind of going for a second there, right? Which is everything nice and bright and colorful. Feels good. I just don't want. It's not fun for him to be with this impact that he's got going on right now from falling and being attacked. And I want the story to hopefully sell that a bit. So we'll see. I mean, let's just try this out. This is gonna be a little tricky. Whoops, I got this in the wrong. No, I got it on the right panel. So let's just start putting in some shapes here so I can kind of see where he is. So this is from him falling in. And the next batch of pages here that we're going to be coloring, it's all in this little area, so yeah, we can try it out. Keep going. We got all the colors on separate layers, right? So we can always go back. I'm going to actually change it to a texture brush here. Just so we can kind of get some roughness in here. Just see how that looks. This is just flats, remember, we're not coloring. So flats usually aren't textured. But let's try it. Alright, so we can go this way. I'm going to put another color. I'm going to go even darker. And this will be for the ground that he's on. And it's kind of hard to see, so I'm going to have to make it up. Just get like big patches. Now let's erase it out. Oops. Okay. So I think we can also start erasing. Is it gonna rain? Oh, you're not spamming, man. Don't worry about it. Yeah, I still have to look into that. I haven't watched any of that. I had a friend that I worked at. He was talking about that show. He really liked it. All right. So I was going to start erasing these rocks. These ones. Let's try this out. See how it looks. We'll just do some of them. And just so you guys know, if you were here from a couple streams ago, the stream just died. The power went out. So if that happens again, just so you guys know. If it just like dies, okay? I'm only bringing that up because it looks like it's going to rain, so it's been known to happen. Hey Milan, how's it going, man? Haven't seen you in a while either, man. A lot of familiar faces creeping out. Where you guys been hiding? Busy doing your own stuff? Hey V, how's it going, man? Welcome. Uh, do you have any tips or tricks for drawing backgrounds? I've been having trouble drawing them. What kind of backgrounds? You mean just in general, or is it perspective you have trouble with? Difference between how's it going, Jack? Difference between Mega Studio 5EX and Pro was going to upgrade, but might not be worth it. Yeah, I think you're right there too, man. Iron, mostly with cities and trying to have them look interesting. I would say honestly, the easiest. Here we go with easy again. This is how I would study how to do backgrounds, especially city stuff. Okay, so go look at your favorite artists. Okay, so I've got this here, and I'll show you guys. Okay. Let's bring it back. Let me pause the video. Or not the video, sorry. The timer. Okay, we'll go here, and then we'll zoom into my ugly face. Okay, so grab a comic you like from an artist that you really enjoy. This one here, I know it's going to have some cool stuff. This is the Unwrapped Court of Owls by Greg Capullo. So what this is here is it's just pencil work. There's no inks or anything in it, okay? What you do, and you can grab like a normal comic book as well. It doesn't have to be like processed stuff. And this might sound, well, of course. Anyway, you just look at the art, okay? But in your case, you're looking for perspective and interesting stuff, right? So let me just try to find. You would think there was a lot of perspective drawn in this stuff. But I just want to show you how rough, and in this case, he knows the quality of inker he has. There we go. Look at how rough. Is it going to pick up on the camera? Maybe eventually it'll zoom in. I don't know. But it's super rough. There's no like tight, clean lines at all in this, right? But what you're looking at is composition and shapes. So you see in the top panel how you can see what's interesting is that really big tower. I think it's Wayne Tower with a crane on it or something like that. It's composition. That's all the things that are going to make things look interesting, and like opposing shapes. So like curves against straight lines and stuff like that. But there has to be a reason to what you're doing. If you're just drawing a city, that's cool, but there's got to be a focus point to the city. And if you don't have a focus point, people aren't going to have a place to rest their eyes, and it's not going to be visually interesting to them. So that's all it is. It's just trying to figure out, and it works for anything, not just backgrounds, of what makes something interesting to look at. And that's all you have to worry about. May not be the answer you want, I know that, but I would study at professionals that are just knocking out backgrounds all the time. If that's something you're looking at trying to get better at, is referencing what like professionals use. You had an argument with somebody about McFarlane? Capullo drew Spawn, not Todd. Well, that's not true, right? Capullo McFarlane is bad. McFarlane's not bad. Come on. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna take that back. It's not up to me to say who's good and bad. We all have our preferences, right? So I don't know. I don't like getting into the argument with people. If you want to, knock yourself out. I think it's unproductive to have argument with people of who's good and bad. It's a fun argument to have, but at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. Look at people's accomplishments, what they do. It's like people that always rip apart. What's his name? Who's the big one that everybody always talks about? Liefeld. I enjoy his stuff. Anatomy's all out of whack and stuff a lot of times. True, but at the same time, I mean, whatever. The guy's done what he's done, for better or for worse. It's a fun argument to have. I will say that, but I don't know. It doesn't. I don't like comparing apples to apples and oranges with this stuff. If people like it, then people like it. You know what I mean? Oh yeah, thanks, Dennis. Yeah, you're right. That's the second time we had that asked. I think I closed it. Let me Google Flubby Newbie storyboard. Let me get that because there was some stuff there I wanted to check out. Let's paste. Let me just save that. But Todd's doing inking now too, right? Oh no, yeah, okay, but there's a difference, Jack, about critiquing and just saying people are bad. When you say people are bad, and I know it's different because I have the mic and you have to text, so it's not we're not having like an appropriate back and forth here. But when people just say like that person's just bad, that's not critiquing, right? That's just stating your thought of their ability of art. And I will add too with critiquing, because I think this is a fundamental part that people don't take into consideration with critiquing, is the artist has to be one, or the artist has to want critiques. If somebody's just posting art and doesn't care what people think, then the growth of that artist is in their hands in that way. You know what I'm saying? Like if I just drew, and I don't care what you guys are saying, or if you think my anatomy's whack or my coloring sucks and stuff, and I don't care. I'm going to get to a certain point where my art will just be the way it is, and I'll grow and do whatever. Some people, and it's a great thing to have, and I think it's something that humbles us as people, but is again analysis from your peers, and if what they're saying makes sense to you. So I draw, and I love when I draw people with tiny heads. Let's say that's what I like, right? And people keep saying you need to fix your proportions, man. Your heads are all out of whack. But I just love it, and I know what they're saying. I know it's small, but I love it. There's a thing that happens there. Either one, you start changing what you're doing because other people or a lot of people are saying they don't like it. But one thing to just keep in mind: either is what you do make you does what you do make you happy with the small heads, and are you able to make money off of it? If you're able to do those two things, then it doesn't matter what people think. And I think that's what gets a lot of artists upset, because they'll look at artists and say like, this person's bad, or they suck, or I could draw better than them. How come I don't have, you know? And that's not good either. That's like, in my opinion, that's really bad stuff. But that's the best part about opinions, right? Everybody's allowed to have one, and by having different ones, it makes the story interesting. We talked about this a little earlier, actually, about everybody kind of being the same, and then everything gets homogenized and stuff, you know. Okay, so Jesus sucks because he has no concept of how anatomy works. Again, I disagree with you. Um, okay, yeah, thanks, Eric. Appreciate that. All right. I think this one is, well, this panel anyway, could be done. Um, Maybe we can erase some of this here. Hopefully this will, well, it might get a little better once we start putting some shadow in there and stuff. Okay, so now that I got my colors there, we can just color pick from there for the previous panel. Okay, so let's pick this. Actually, I'm going to go with the darker one to start with. We might have to change it so it doesn't just blend with the previous panel. Maybe just darken it up so we can get a bright explosion. Okay, Jack's getting a little salty. He's saying you're right. Liefeld is the greatest. Lady Gaga is musical genius, and our president towers intellectually over all past presidents. All right. I was gonna say, Ben. That was my next question. I was like, are you having a good day? How's today going, man? Sound like you're having a little bit of a rough day. V, you can't learn everything from one person. You can learn something from everybody. Art is far too subjective to say blank is best or blank sucks because of this single reason. All right, I'm glad I relaxed you a bit, man. That's good. That's good. So let it out, let it go. Just throw it into the chat, man. Let's talk about it. What's got you all, butt hurt and salty today? What's pissing you off? Because like to go on your what you're saying, like I don't want to make it sound like what you're saying is wrong at all. Like I get it. You can look at I look at some people's stuff and it's not for me, right? And I don't know if it's because I'm old and balding and all that crap, where it's just like how they say like the older you get, the less you give a shit. I'm not that old. I'm 34, but that ideology is ramped up big time over the last like I'd say 4 or 5 years. The less I care, right? So like getting into arguments, I guess not even arguments, but like saying people's art is shit doesn't get me anywhere. It doesn't get me anywhere. And I like to surround myself with the thought anyway of like people that are not necessarily just better than you, but people that challenge your way of thinking in a good way so that you can grow. If you continually surround yourself, and this, I'm not making this up, this has been talked about forever. You surround yourself with people that if you can surround yourself with people that you want to be like, you'll generally have a better life. Meaning, if you surround yourself with people that are negative all the time, I'm not necessarily with what you're saying, but if you just surround yourself with people that are always negative or criticize everything and all that stuff, it breeds inside of you, whether you realize it or not. Your social circle is how you talk, right? How many of us have come up with, or one of the people you like in your group or one of your friends or something, they have like something they say, and then now you start saying it like a saying. And that's just a small thing, but it happens, and if I know for me, there was only a handful of people that I can think of, artists, that I started hanging around and noticing my skills improving because I wanted them to just to say like, hey, that doesn't look bad. Or just by being around certain people, I was able to just hear things differently and be like, I didn't think of it like that. You're right, that is actually pretty cool. So that's just me. I know not everybody works that way and can get their brain or whatever emotionally, whatever, invested in something like that. But if you can, it can be a pretty cool place. That's all. So you're just frustrated creatively? Okay. So you're 44 and it gets better. All right, sweet. I look forward to just not giving a shit at all. This is gonna be awesome. That's too funny. So why are you frustrated, man? What's not working for you? Are you not where you wanted to be? Are what's going on? See if we can help you out. Let's bring you back. All right, let's get the background color in here. I don't think we're going with this like neon green, but all right, here we go. So here it is. I draw one way, then I change to another. I can't pin myself down to one style. I love realistic anatomy, and I have studied for a long time, but I love character design like Disney. I don't know. Is that the guy's name? Milt Call? Am I saying that right? So you're having like, all right. So one question: how old are you? And if you could pick one job that you get to start tomorrow, I'm not even going to say for the rest of your life because that's silly. But if there is something that you could start tomorrow, career-wise, what would that be? Meaning, and I don't want an answer like to just draw. I don't want that crap. Specific, like, is it working for Disney? Is it doing superhero books? Is it something? If you had to pick one thing to do tomorrow, what is it? And again, how old are you? because that plays into like a lot more than you might think. And everybody else that's listening, if you guys got some problems or whatever, maybe this kind of stuff will help you out too. Okay, so we got a lot of browns going on here. Let's go with like a... I'm just putting disgusting colors in here right now, guys, because we'll fix this out later. Some of this stuff can get like pretty complex. This one like big blocky shapes. Too old character design for anybody? You're too old. All right. So I'm gonna challenge you right now to be brave. Post your digits in the chat. How old you are. The reason I'm asking that is because I've talked to a few people, and depending on the number you're gonna put in there, and I want it to be real, but the number you put in there changes some stuff. Because the older you are, I find it's a lot more difficult to break through to people when they're older. You know, like that old dog new tricks kind of thing. You get set in your ways, that kind of bullshit. It's not true, but it's definitely something that's whatever. But to answer your question there, character design, you're 38. Okay, so what the hell, man? Don't worry, what the fuck? We're the same age, dude. You're 4 years on me. The only thing that would change, I think, for whatever, is just the fact that maybe you've got a family and people you have to support and life stuff, right? That's whatever. Everybody's got a different story for that. But if character design is what you want to do, let's narrow it down one more time. Character design for anybody, that's not good enough. The reason why I keep trying to drill into what I'm going to get down to like something here is because I'm hoping that whatever it is, let's say it's Disney, right? We'll just go with that for now. If it's Disney, then you know what your style has to look like. And if that makes you happy, don't worry about like diversifying yourself to the point like you should be able to do both or you can do a whole bunch of styles. That's all great. But unless you're happy with something, the decisions you're going to make, you're always going to be second judging yourself. Because let's just say you want to do Disney. It could take you another 10 years to work at Disney. But if you're happy at working at that, I find a lot of this doubt starts to go away. For a lot of people, man. So I wouldn't really worry about that too much. So the next question I'll ask you is, when you're saying character design for anybody, let's go specific. If you could pick a place, what would it be? A studio, a look. So like, what is it that makes you, get you turned on, excited to sit down? And if you don't know that, then we can ask a different question too. I love this stuff. This stuff's fun. It's like therapy because I get to. I always ask the same stuff of myself too, so it's cool. Anyway. Okay, let's get the color here. All right. Grab our airbrush. Harold's 42. My man Harold is Harold's a cool guy. You should be following him too. Everybody should be following Harold. The guy's posting a bunch of stuff all the time. You want to talk about an artist that's always seeking growth? Awesome dude. Awesome dude. Okay, so Jack's saying Disney, Pixar, Nickelodeon. Okay, so I'm hoping this is helping you out here. So you just said 3 companies that would be awesome to work for. You know, they're at the top of the food chain in a lot of ways. If you were to drop a portfolio off to them, you know aesthetically what it is that they need to see, right? So by you saying that, what I'm hoping is that's the stuff that makes you happy and all that stuff like that, right? So if that's the case, just start, you know what, forget all the realism stuff. That's nice, that's great. But if you could focus on one thing, just attack that with all you got. If you and sometimes it's harder said than done for a lot of people, but if you're always worrying about like what you could have done, or if you turn around and there was another door you could have tried, what would have happened there, it stales your growth, man. Like that, and that's why I'm just talking about this right now with you guys with the real talk stuff, is because if it wasn't for like September when I decided to do the Jesop stuff, I would still have been in that mindset of Marvel and DC is where I want to be, because I wanted to be there like 10 years ago and it still hasn't happened. But I wasn't asking the next question of like, well, why hasn't it taken you 10 years to do it? And you're still not even anywhere closer than I was. And for me, the reason was because I ultimately that's not, it doesn't make me happy. That's like the career end goal kind of thing of like if I work at these companies, then I could get a paycheck and I could just do those things, and that's great. And it is, it's awesome. I'm not saying you can't do those things, but if that's all you're doing, and you're not happy, which was the cycle I was in, I was just doing it to do it. That's why I was stuck in that little rut. Okay, and like the one little advice that I've always heard, and I've said it a few times actually, and grateful that I heard it, is that it's the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again expecting a change, right? So the analogy we'll do cake is you follow a chocolate cake recipe and you're doing it all the time and you're upset because you're not getting vanilla. You have to change your recipe. You have to change what you're doing, you know? So if in your case, and let me know, we'll talk some more about this stuff because this is fun. But like if what I'm saying is kind of sounding legit or maybe I'm way off base, you let me know too. Is that like maybe the reason why you're unsatisfied creatively is because you're all over the place. You're not narrowing down on something because you want it. And this isn't one of those Nike things, just do it shit. It's if you don't know if Disney is what you want to be and where you want to be, then you know what your stuff has to look like. You know. You can't send them I don't know if you can't, but I would assume I can't show them Jesop King pages and get a job at Disney. There's something there that's not there. I can't draw Disney, send it to Marvel, and expect to get a Marvel gig. Maybe you could. I don't know specifically, but do you know what I'm saying? It just sort of like filters where it takes your blinders off, and it just gets you pinpointed at the task, like what it is that you're trying to do. And then just keep putting hours into that stuff and trying different things and trying to find editors and contacts and people that'll get you those jobs over time. And if that's not working, adjust it and change. Adjust it and change. On my phone here, check it out. I've got this thing. Don't matter what's at the bottom here, or don't mind what's at the bottom. This is just for me anyway, right? So let me see if I can show you. Is it show? Yeah. Do, fail, repeat. And that's the motto, man, for myself. Is do everything you can to get where you want to be, and then you're going to fail. Something's not going to work. Try something new and start it over. That's just the loop there, okay? I hope this is helping you anyway. I honestly don't know if this is or it's not, but it's a lot easier said than done. But I think once you know, and this is something a lot of artists don't ask themselves, I didn't ask myself for a long time, is why are you doing it? And the answer for most of us, at least for me, isn't because it's something I want to do. Like, why are you drawing comics? Because I like drawing comics. Okay, that's cool, but like, if it's just enjoyment, it's making you happy, that's your why, then that's great. Do it. There's so many people that are doing all these things, working at all these places, and they're not happy. So why are you doing it? Do you know how many people say, and I was one of these people, and I'm whatever. I've never lived in the woods, so it doesn't count, but where you'll hear some people, I kind of get envious of them, where it's like they live out in a secluded place with, like neighbors that are kind of around. It's not like a total shit show, but it's there, and they just kind of go to work, come home, and just enjoy that life of, hey, it's the weekend, let's go do our thing and stuff. I wish, and I don't at the same time, but if I could come home and relax to just doing nothing and just being okay with that. But I'm not. I get irritated, or it's like, man, I'm wasting my time. I could be developing and building stuff. And at first that's bad because I start to think like, okay, well, then why aren't you doing these things? But what it's telling you, or what it's telling me, is that's what makes me happy. Stop fighting what makes you happy. If not hanging out with people makes you happy, that's kind of sad, but maybe you shouldn't hang out with people as much as you think you should. If in the back of your mind you're always like, I should be doing this, should be doing that, it's you telling you what's making you happy, as opposed to going out or doing things because other people are saying that's what's going to, get you where, I guess, I don't know, I'm all over the place right now with that. Jack's saying, I appreciate it. I just need to start starting and not finishing shit. Yes, and that's exactly the stuff I was doing. That's why I've just committed to doing this. My goals weren't clear enough of what I wanted to do. Just drawing comics isn't enough. Just drawing isn't enough. You need a better goal. You need something specific and tangible. You need direction. And when you say stuff like, I just want to do character design, that's not enough. That's not. And saying, I just want to do character design for anybody that'll take me, that's not enough. You'll get those jobs and you won't be happy. You'll be doing something you don't want to do, but it's character design. It's not enough. It's not enough. You have to have some vision of where you're going. And sometimes it takes years to figure out what that is. Sometimes it's not as easy as spending tonight, turning all your shit off, grabbing a piece of paper or something, a sketchbook, and just lose yourself in your own mind and go, what makes me happy? You know, that's a hard question. Sometimes you can answer it like that. A lot of times you can't. But you got to ask the question. You got to ask it. I just wanted to go up because you guys are saying some stuff there. Pop is saying, not sure if this will help, but I also go through phases like that, but I realized that I was trying to copy their style too much, so I decided to look at what aspects made their art good. I realized it was anatomy that made their art look nice, so I started to learn anatomy and gesture and put my style instead of trying to copy their style. Okay, that works too for some people. Dennis is saying I would suggest making two different products, not projects. Whenever you want to do one style, work on that, and then we want to do a second one. That's good too. Serious. Marvel and DC. What you're doing now has more heart and soul than anything coming out of there. Well, I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you. Hell, guys, you can go back to my. If you followed me for like, let's say 3 years, you know how many projects I was like, guess what, guys? Today we're gonna work on some concept art for a new project I'm doing, and I'm so excited about it. Like that's all. That's all my channel was. The only production stuff that was getting made was literally other people's stuff, for better or for worse. You know, I needed money. I was working on people. There's no other people's stuff. There's no shame in any of that. You gotta do what you gotta do to survive, right? It's just that when I would get down to doing my own thing, the main issue that I was having, what the hell am I doing? I'm all over the place right now. You know what? We're going to do some gradient maps because I can't figure out this explosion. Let's turn this crap off. I'll show you guys some gradient map stuff. Maybe it'll work. But I could never wrap my mind around, like, so if I'm just going to do my own thing, what is that thing? You know, and I would just build it up to this impossible task. And I would put way too much weight on the project. And I've told you guys about this. I would start to worry about, okay, well, if I do this, if I do this one project, okay, here, let me back up because this might help you out. When Jesop King, when I finally decided to pull the trigger and just do Jesop, not that because I think it's going to be the most amazing thing in the world, it's going to make me billions of dollars, and this is finally the thing that's going to get me there. I've said F it to all that stuff because that's never gotten me anywhere, and I think it's a bad battle plan. So once I decided to go, you know what, I'm just going to do what or sorry, before I got into that, I was like, I'm going to do Jesop. That's going to be the thing. And the reason why was because for me, and some people this works, for people, you know, you got to figure out what's for you. Was I was going to do Jesop as a web comic for free online. I still am. But I could also start sending editors at companies my page updates like once a month. Hey, here's 8 new pages of comics I'm working on, as opposed to just sending, hey, here's 8 new pages I've done for somebody else. They don't care who it is and what it's for. They just want to see your storytelling abilities, right? Makes sense. That's great. That was the why I was doing the project. And what was happening was I was starting to get stuck at going like, well, how do I make it better? Because the intent wasn't anymore about making a great comic book. It was about making great storytelling to give to another publishing house so that I could get a job with them, which inevitably would mean leave the project I'm doing, which would have been Jesop, right? So then now I'm getting lost in some other stuff where it's like, okay, if that's the case, do the stories even matter? How simple can I make them? And then it started getting so watered down that I'm like, well, why am I even going to put this online? People are going to look right through this and go, there's nothing of quality here. Editors might like looking at it to get work for them, right? So I just had to pull back and go like, what the fuck am I doing here? Why? I need to start getting a better why, because my why sucks. And what it came down to was I'm doing all that work I would have been doing for Jesop would have just been given to somebody else to get another platform to get somewhere else. And all these years leading up to today, why have I not given any work to editors? Am I too lazy? Is it not cool enough? All these options and questions. And what it came down to was I just don't want to do those things. That's it. I'm always doing work for other people, right? So once I decided, okay, well, then that means if I'm going to do my own thing and not send this to publishers, what is that? What's the outcome of that? Is it books? Is it going to every convention to sell this thing? And it just got too big for me. And it would start to cripple in and of itself. Then I would start other projects because they're fresh and new and, you know, that kind of thing. Once I just committed to going, you know what, this is just for me. And to build an audience. Selfish. 100% selfish. And just go from there. And for me, it relaxed every part of what I was doing to the point where I'm having a blast doing this stuff. Like, this is work. Don't get me wrong. Right now I'm figuring out a gradient map, excuse me, to figure out this panel because I have to. It's not finished until there's color and all that crap. It gets work, but I'm excited to do this. It's not making me any money. It's not. Really, that's it. That's the only thing this thing isn't doing for me. It's making me money. So if you need money, obviously you have to factor that into your why. But for me, it doesn't matter. Not saying that I have all this money. It's just it's not one of the driving forces. And money doesn't have to be a negative thing. It can be a positive thing for what you're doing. You just have to ask for your own personal why are you doing this or that. That's all. That's why I try to harp on you guys to please try to spend some time with yourself and figure out why the hell are you going to, why is it worth it for you to spend all this time doing this or that. And if you don't know, if it's as shitty of an answer as mine was for a very long time of because I like to do it, you might, you might be all right. You might just figure it out. Or you could be like me and just go, it's going to take you 20 years to figure out what it is that why you were doing what you were doing the whole time. That's all. Just ask yourself why. Yeah, Jake Parker does have a great video on product versus projects. And that does work for some people too. I understand and I get the product mentality because you can make a living off of doing stuff like that, and that's great. But some of us, it's not even. I would argue that not everybody, yeah, should try to figure out how to make money off of your art 100% because that's great. If people will pay you to do your own thing, that's the shit, If you can make a living doing that, even better. But for some of us, we need just that jump start to even get to that part. We're not even mentally ready for that. So, just figuring out what's a fun project is just as relevant and just as important, if not more important for some of us. Other people, maybe you're doing a lot of projects and it's that time. Now is the time to focus on making a product where it's a little different. His video is a generalization of things. It's very relevant. It's got a lot of great information. I recommend checking it out. Subscribe to his stuff for sure. It's got a lot of content. But some people they're not ready for that leap just yet. That's all. Why does art have to be so complicated, right? All right. I don't know what the hell we're doing here. I'm trying to. You'll see what I'm doing in a second here. Just trying to fart around with some of this gradient stuff. So I'm doing gray right now, and what a gradient map will do is it just changes your tone. So anything that's like a dark color will be this color. Anything that's a light color will be that kind of color. So I'm just going to try it now. There's no reason to keep doing this. So I'm going to make a selection, go up to layer, new correction layer, gradient map. Where are you? Gradient map. And when you make that selection first, you'll see it'll automatically make like a clipping mask for you. So watch, you can just click blue sky or whatever the hell, double click it. And it's just changing what you have that's already there. And you can adjust these things. So I'm just, oh Jesus. That looks like a nuke just fell. Might be too impactful. I'm definitely going to play with the saturation. This stuff's way too saturated, but let me look over here. That's not bad. Kind of feels like energy dropping into the ground, though. Alright, we got some other ones down here. Okay, I have to try to look through the yellow here. Alright, maybe we'll try the sunrise. What's this one look like? I need to get some more of these in here. Let's just try this for now. And then we will make that selection again. Hue saturation layer. Hue saturation. Okay, we're bringing that saturation way down. It's just unreal. All right, give me 1 second. I'll be right back, guys. Okay. Yeah, looks like we're gonna get a nice little juicy storm. Just looked outside. Excuse me. Some nice dark clouds coming up. One of the best parts of spring. Yeah, we're still going. What's that? I think a product as a finished work, not necessarily something you can earn money on. Okay, that works too. All right, so what we're gonna do here, I just had an idea. I'm gonna click OK. I'm going to look at some previous pages and see if we can pull something from there. You never know. You might have already had an answer somewhere else. I think I see it. We're gonna do that. It's a spooky storm, man. Spooky. Alright, let's turn all this crap off. Panel. What color is that? Panel tray. And we want the background. We want these guys. So we're going to select those, copy, and where are we at here? You guys have spring over there? No fair. No, it's not really spring. I mean, I'm just excited because there hasn't been snow in such a long time. I get like hyping myself up. See you, Jack. Hope you feel better, man. I've been wondering for a while, but what do you use the timer for? The timer. Oh, that you keep talking about. Okay, yeah. So I'm just using like a Google. What is it? You can go to Google whatever and just type in online timer, and they have like their own timer. I use it for this here. I've shared it with you guys a few times. I have a video. You guys can download this, make it yourself, or use it if you want. Yeah, I basically just time each portion of the comic out so that I'm the main reason I wanted this is because I have an intended update schedule, and I had no idea how long it takes me to do work. I have a feeling, but I have no, understanding. So what this does is this is each page that I've done since page 5. It's I've been calculating how long it takes for each step. So when you look up here, I can find the averages and all this crap like that, right? So this is interesting. I'm gonna look at this. That can't be right. Maybe it is. I don't know. Yeah, it's an average. So 0. So what? About it's for let's say inks on average, it's about 45 minutes a page, right? And that's great to know. Line work, it's about an hour and a half. Coloring is about 2 hours a page, right? So this lets me know like how much work I have to do in each stage. But this right here, this green number, is what's the most important. On average, it's taking me about 5.25 hours to do a page, right? So we'll say anywhere from 4.5 to 6 hours a page. So that lets me know a week, if I have to do 2 pages a week, that's around, what was that, 8 to 12 hours a week to do 2 pages, around there, which is great. It lets me know that, okay, as long as I hit that, I know how long it'll be. And then this another number I added lately is how many days is it taking me to do 4 pages. So when I first started doing this, it took me 14 days, which is great. I can't go over 14 days, or else then we start going into our backlog to help out, and that's no good. This one was 9 days, and this one will be, what is it, the 13th? This one's getting pretty close here. That's why I need to hurry this up. So would that be the 13th? Yeah, so next Monday would be 14 days. So that's why I have to finish these 4 pages within the next day or two. And to be fair, I haven't been working like as aggressive as I have if I was working with a client. So I know I can even tighten this up further, but it's good to have that. It keeps me on track with what's going on. It's data, that's right. It is fast, but to be fair, I mean, I've worked a lot of this stuff out beforehand to sort of figure out what's going on. There's a lot of cheats I'm kind of doing with the artwork, but what are you going to do? So yeah. All right, so we have that. No, that's going to make it always look like a nuke. No. All right, so what I want to do is let's delete these because we're not going to use any of this anymore since I pulled it from that other panel. Let's try changing the color just in case. I'll select that and we'll do layer, new correction, layer, hue, saturation. And let's just there's a lot of brown and like a lot of hot colors on this page. That's why Jesop pops a lot. If you look, because he's blue, right? In this page, what did we use for the, or sorry, what was the previous page? This one. It's just a blue sky. So maybe, I don't know. I don't mind it, to be honest. Let's just leave it for now. What the hell? We're getting. All right, let's grab this red and let's put that in for the speed bumps. Speed bumps. Ah, shit. I merged all that stuff. Oh, crap. Yeah, V, you and I are on the same boat, man. Last time we were streaming, it just went dead in the water. Alright, so if you guys remember, if you guys have been here since the beginning of the stream, this is what I was talking about. By locking your line art layers, it lets us go in there and add color to the lines. This is only really relevant if you're coloring. You don't have to do this all the time, but it's nice to be able to do this. But I was a toolbox and I merged all the layers together here. So some of this line art is not going to be right. Or what am I saying? This would have been done already because I could just fill it. But because I've merged it like a toolbox with the other layers, it's combined with the detail work, which is no good. So it's just see, like all down here, like what the hell am I supposed to do down here? Because black just, it's too rough. We'll see what we can get. We have to change this yellow to. How's it looking over there? Yeah, it's okay. Wait, we have. I forgot. There's text, right? Where's that? Okay, that's red. We're gonna have to change that to. Too much red. Maybe we can use blue for him. I don't know. I don't fuck. Alright, you know what? To keep moving, I might just do flats for this page and go to the next page. Alright, let's just move past here. Okay, let's keep going. Let's keep going. Alright, so in this page we had some cool gradient. I want to keep that gradient. I feel like the color on this page is a little off, man. Like, not as confident with this one. I have doubt. Okay, so this is this layer. What's this one? Okay, cool. So this we can actually let's just try white. Let's see how it looks. Let's change the color. Nope. Nope. Softer blue, maybe. You know what? Might be able to do this. Alright, let's try this. Alright, so we'll go here, we'll go down a little bit. So that can be for out there. And the rocks, maybe we can bring it back a bit. Yeah, that's better. How's that look? I might be able to blur that panel too. I don't know. We'll see. I don't know. There's a lot of things that like you can do to dress stuff up, but if it still looks like crap, it still looks like crap. Alright, so we got this yellow here we can use for that. For the smack. And we need this yellow. I like the way that one always turns out. So let's make a new layer. It's okay. Not the worst. Okay, so I think the flats. Oh, I'm just missing this here. Maybe we can bring in some of that pink for the background. Sorry, I'm just talking to myself here, guys. Let's see, we can go fill it. Color, please. Just so there's like a transition. Nah, let's try this. I don't know. Alright, let's move on. So how long has this crap taken? An hour. Okay, so that's an hour. Page 17. Cool. Let's start the next one. It's tough to do. Oh, just alright. So page we're doing page 18 is the next one, right? 18. All right, this one will be cool. We get like a lot of the goblins back in there. More gradients, more gradients, more gradients. All right, window. Let's do a new window and duplicate over here. Delete that. I'll just keep this open for now, just in case. Okay, so we have how many folders? 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 panels. Okay, where are you guys, goblins? Just thinking of the change. Nah, we'll leave that guy the same color. Is that thunder? Ooh. Alright. I hate using weather as an excuse to stop streaming, but we're going to see one sec. I don't want to get in that situation where you have to rebuy all your stuff. Oh, tech. Let me just check something. I want to see. Let me pause the timer. I want to check with the weather network. Weather Network, Windsor. Let's see how much we're going to die here, you guys. Oh, yeah, that's the good stuff. That's what you want right there. Severe thunderstorm warning is in effect. This may seem creepy, so I just looked on your page and noticed you're from Windsor. That's right next to Detroit. Yes, it is, man. Yes, it is. Right on your doorstep. We're bros. All right, at 3:46 p.m. Environment Canada. What time is it right now? 3:55. Tracking a severe thunderstorm capable of producing very strong wind gusts and up to oh yeah, this is the fun one. Nickel size hail. Nickel size. I don't know why I have this right next to me. A nickel size hail. Just smacking on everything. This might be some fun stuff to watch. Severe thunderstorm warnings are issued for when imminent or occurring thunderstorms are likely to produce or are producing one or more of the following: large hail, damaging winds, torrential rainfall. Torrential. All right, well, let's track this some bitch. All right, so here's Dennis is located over here. We've got Death Valley here coming. Let's do a little. Let's click the play button. Let's see what happens. It might totally miss me. How awesome is that? So I'm right around. Let's zoom in here. Zoom out, please. No, I don't want to zoom out. I'm like, where am I? I'm around here. So let's do this again. Oh, seriously? Do you guys hear the thunder? The thunder and the lightning. All right, let's bring this back. Let's see if we get grazed. All right, there's like a yellow part that hits us, and that hits us around when? Like here's all that wind and doom and gloom, and bang around here. So around 4:30, we got time. If hail starts, or if I see lightning, I'll let you guys know. Until then, let's just keep fucking working. Nickel size hail. That's always exciting. It's expensive. Oh, you're in Copenhagen, Dave? Okay, what? Oh, because you're a Wings fan. Okay, interesting. Hey, yes, that did get weird. And that got weird super quick. Hey, Jojo, can you hear the thunderstorms? Are you scared, Bobo? Hey, Papa. Oh, the big stink, eh? Hey, the big boy. Hey, the big guy. How long have we been going for, guys? I think it's pretty storm cell here. Let's remember that rain exists. How long have we been streaming? 4.5? That's it. Seems like it was longer. Okay, well, regardless, I mean, I don't know. Do you guys like watching storms? I enjoy watching storms. Probably just gonna flat this panel here. Or all these guys on the page, possibly. And then I'm going to say bye for now. I'm going to go eat. It's probably pretty important to do that. And then we will stream again today. We'll keep it going. Is that rain? Oh yeah, look at the size of this rain. Yeah. My favorite part about weather is like how much it makes people change. You guys notice this? Like, if it's pouring out, people just change who they are. Like over last spring, around there was a. This isn't like nothing really necessary to joke about. But we had a tornado come through, and I don't think it was that big. I didn't see it, I didn't hear it, but you know, it caused damage and stuff, and that's no good for anybody. Uh, but what was interesting is it was just like everybody's outside of their house, everybody's looking around, everybody's like, "Ooh, you know, like what? I think something came by." Everybody just it's like it changes people, and I find it to be so funny. Myself some archetype dolls, boys. Oh, awesome, man! Cool. How are those, by the way? Are they good? If those are the ones that I'm thinking of, I've always been interested in those. All right, what color are these? I think that's their helmets too, right? Helmets, pants. Poor choice of clothing. That's funny. Okay, I gotta open. I haven't drawn these guys enough to remember. Reference. Doblins, where you guys at? So your hands go up like that. Okay. All right. Yeah, Harold, I was talking to you. Yeah, the dolls are those like those cream colored ones where they're like very articulate that you can pose around. So a friend convinced me to go on Instagram. I go to sign up. I fill in the stuff. I find a username that's free and click. I get an error message. I retry that the name is taken. Repeat for another 2 names, one of which I tried on mobile. Same thing. There's no my 2 names got sniped immediately like that. Uh-oh. You having troubles logging in? Maybe try like a different phone or something, bro. Sounds super frustrating. Can you make an account on like a website? Or is it all through the app? I think it's all through the app, right? Hey, Pirate, how's it going? No, I can't come up with a username that's obnoxious the same. Jesus. Well, you know what you could do as well, man? Go check out on Instagram those usernames and see if they have anything updated. If it's like 0 posts, 0 followers, maybe there's something wrong with what you're doing. You're making accounts, but you can't actually like keep them. You know what I mean? I like it. What are these colors? Purple. Oh, they're guns. Okay, that's why. Alright, so his scar, I think we're going to go here. Maybe we can go into like some yellowish. I think this guy's only seen like a couple panels. I'll probably bring him in future pages. Remember, we just put the scar on him so that he stands out from the other guys. The other dudes. Alright, I'm going to save that up here. Like I said, guys, I'm going to stop the stream for now. I'm just going to... Hey, it does look like he's having a good day. Okay, so that was 15 minutes. Let's put the timer in there. So, like I said, I'm just going to stop the stream for now, but I will be back. I'm going to eat, do some stuff around here. What time is it? 4? If I say, I'll probably be back in a couple hours. Whatever, just take a little break, and then we'll be back at it. Like I say, I don't really have any other plans today, so we're just going to be doing some work. Ultimately, if I can get everything colored today, that'd be great. It seems like I'll probably be getting to the flats today for sure, and then maybe finishing a page or two. So we'll see. But yeah, I'll see you guys in a little bit. And if I don't, it was good to see you and hang out with you guys today. And if you're watching the recorded version, it was good to hang out with you as well. So leave a comment below. Feel free to subscribe if you guys are into it. Share the channel, all that good stuff. And I will talk to you all very soon. Bye-bye.